everyone! Welcome to the stream that has been officially labelled by my own audience as Town Bicycle Powered Cabbie. I'm not sure what is meant by that exactly, although I can think of the one person it's likely to refer to. Welcome everyone. We have entertainment today in the chat provided by Cabbie, who is currently responding to everyone. Oh my god, Cybersmith is here. Can we get Cybersmith and Cabbie talking to each other? Don't think letting the Illuminati silence someone just because they want to is a good idea, even if the person is a bit too moderate. Are you talking about, I think he's talking about Farage. Cybersmith is saying it'd be funny if Binface won. I mean, it would. I still do hold out the position that an improvement over our current situation is an improvement, and if the best we can practically do in the right direction is Farage, then it's still better than nothing. So I'm generally of the opinion that Farage, better than bad, but still not really good enough. But with this move, I don't know what he's doing. It doesn't seem to make any sense at all. We'll get to the main story soon, chat. We're going to do a few memes first. But my plan today is I haven't seen a huge amount of interesting news recently. So if there isn't enough to fill out the whole stream, then it will be a shorter stream and I'll do a video game later. This is something that Ravalon's been nudging me to do recently, and he's right to do so, because I did say that I would play a series of games, and they're still on my list. I've sort of taken a break from going through them, but I will go through them. Hey, maybe if you guys are really lucky, maybe I will continue with the Fallout New Vegas playthrough. That's not the one we're talking about. What we're talking about is a different game, which I'll leave as a surprise, but I will say that it's a similar genre to Fallout New Vegas, and that people who read loudly about me playing Fallout New Vegas will also have already read loudly about me playing this game that we're probably going to play today. Now, if we do play that, it might be a sort of community event off stream. I'm not sure. It looks like it's the download hasn't even started. I don't know what's going on with it, but I might need to give that a kick actually, because it needs to be finished by the time we get to the end of the stream. So I'll go with that. Another note is that I've had some weird internet issues today, some sort of DNS issue. Having restarted the router, it seems to have fixed it, but I've restarted it a lot recently. And so I suspect that's not, like, it wasn't a build-up of bad state that had to be reset. It's maybe an ISP issue, so it might come up again. I can stream probably fine because that's not a DNS issue, and I can communicate with Discord fine because it's not a DNS issue. If I try and open a new web page, it might just not fucking load. And if that's happening too much, then we will also end early. But if you want to see the rest of it, come to Cabal, where whatever we do after that will be happening. I kind of wish I could just show Cabbie's outputs up here in case anyone was watching it elsewhere. But every time when I had the chat not here for a while, I got no attention, no bad attention from YouTube at all. They got no strikes on my account. The very stream that I put it back there, instantly a strike for hate speech, which is probably because the chat's easier to read for YouTube's bots. So I'm gonna not do that for a while. Maybe figure out a solution for that later. But yeah. So chat, I've had an idea. If you'd like me to, I've already played Fallout New Vegas as per the original promise I made to play some. If you'd like me to play more, continue and do an episode 3 or 4 would be on, then we'll use Cabal Aid for that. So let's just do provoke User plays FNV. And if that can get to, yes, you can pay me not to play it, Wolf. You can. Just announce it. So if you can get that to, what should we say? The original was 7.5k to start playing it. So we'll say 7.5k to continue. Now that I've started, it's been widely rejected. But if you guys want me to play more and see the reading, that's the thing to support. So click the green button to make me play more Fallout New Vegas, and press the red button to make me play less or no Fallout New Vegas. Thank you, whoever that was who's voted for Oozle Plays with himself. Maybe not on stream, eh? I'm not DSP after all. But yes, if you want any of those things to happen, what you've got to do is click the green or red button to support or denounce it, or any other topic that comes up. And then every time you do a cheer, so cheer with a number after it, in chat, or /give and send money directly to me with Oozer coins, or you contribute with real money, via tip.oozle.no or fund.oozle.no. Any of those methods, and also putting the redeem on the support. Any of those methods will boost the topics. So if you've supported it, it will make it go up in score, and if you've denounced it, it'll make it go down in score. You can see the scores of all the recent topics with /board, B-O-A-R-D. Let me show you that now. Here is the current state of the board. Oozer plays with himself, as you can see, is currently at 17 Oozer coins of lobbying. Oozer plays FNV is at 0, but some controversy on both of those. So there they are. I've just been DM'd by someone. So yeah, that's... Okay. I'm not going to tell you guys about this feature I've built, but it's quite funny. And so far it's been quite cute. So, Straya, you want her deleted? Yeah. Is it defending women? Where is it defending women? It wasn't defending women. I was backing Natchez for keeping her word. That counts as defending women to you. Well, if it was fragile. Why do you think she was defending women? Loyalty exists. Some of us have standards. Yeah, I don't know where she was defending women. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of an empty threat. You know what the feature is, Wolf, do you? Well, DM me if you think you do. Did my DMs get mentioned in public? Spill the tea. He's being vague. Yes, I am. Linear games fair, some bucks get intense not to miss. I don't like more linear games, though. I'm fine with all kinds of games. Like once again, to make it very, very clear, the issue with me and Fallout New Vegas was not a simple issue. It was not one thing. Any attempt to define it in a simple way, there's examples that contradict it from my own gameplay. It was not a simple case. Fallout New Vegas expects your playstyle to be within a sort of band of strategies. Outside that band of strategies, there are ways to play that are not insane, and that's where my strategy was. And then outside of that, there are ways to play that are insane, and I wasn't there. But that wider band where my gameplay was, it doesn't really deal with it. It doesn't have the progression system. You kind of just fall off it if you start doing that. Anyway, let's not rehash that argument. Not necessarily. That's not necessarily what happened. It could be that someone else did it at the same time. How are you detecting what it registered as? Because I'm seeing it as denounced. Play FTL, but make it a drinking game with the server choosing the route and loadouts. We could do that. I think, as far as I know, FTL is it's a pretty simple game. I've seen it. Played a little bit. It doesn't seem like my kind of game, but if you guys, if you do like some audience interaction, that might be fun. Supported. Was that you? Just announce again. No. Wolf. Read it again. That's not you supporting it. That's it replying to a message where someone else supported it. That's the reply to. You see the little line on the left? It's because you clicked a button on that message, the one where someone else supported it. When it says success there, that means you succeeded, and it's responding to that message because that's the one you clicked. I could make that clearer, but that's just the Discord layout. That's just what it gives you by default. I don't really even control that. So I think it worked properly. You're fine. Clanker mechanic. The trolls get to you. The cabbie is actually defending a woman here, but not because she's a woman, because she's not a tranny, which I can kind of respect. But at the same time, actually, Cabbie Nachos is a tranny, genuinely. Lol. Let's see what that does. So yes, the side entertainment is provided by chat, and yes, go ahead and support Oozer Plays Drunk FTL there as an option. Any game idea or concept that gets to 7.5k, I will do. This is like playing a game or anything I've agreed to. I may veto, but I will try not to do that for almost anything, and I don't think I've done it yet at all. So that's the thing to do. If you can get to 7.5k. Then there it is. And also, if you do a cheer with the following format, it's just like Twitch, if you use that, like that format, and if it's 50 or more, then Chris Chan will read out your contribution live. Yeah, not the real Chris Chan, but arguably better. Cabby says, wait, for real? If Uzu says it, I guess I'm out of the loop on this one. Apologies, Nachos. I didn't mean to misgender you if that's the case. Wizard knows his flock, I suppose. Cabby now believes that you're a tranny, Nachos. What are you going to do about that? You're remembering to funnel my subscribe star to the debt pool. I don't have to remember. That's automatic. It should just go straight in. If you, hold on, check, expect, numeric-wise, the new system is very good for that. I'm not sure how much has gone in, but if you check your thread under Arcanium, there should be a thread that shows your balance. In there, it has all the receipts for all the transactions you've ever made. If you look at those should just go straight in. So, Subscribestar, you are well positive. Your positive balance on Subscribestar, but it's the Discord where you are significantly negative because of the debt thing, where I think you actually did the same thing Marcus was doing for a while. Not just as a female to male tranny who's employed as Elliot Page's stunt double. Now that's interesting. Chat, if Cabby says something that looks like a bug, please do say so for more than one reason, both because I can see it and because she can see it. And that might actually do something. That might actually help. So do mention it if you think there is one. There's not that many left now, actually. But she's a little bit too likely to respond to messages still, though she's not much better at that. But generally, the responses are pretty good. I'm trying to think of something that we can do actively with Cabby, like a challenge we can do this stream with Cabby. But I'm not sure what we could do. Let me know if you have any ideas, chat. The whole idea of like convince her of something. We've done that. Now, we've done that a few times. It worked quite well. What else could we do? I tell you what, Cabby, by the end of the stream, I will let you choose someone to receive 1,000 User coins. I'll ask you in a few hours who you have chosen. Actually, fuck it, 2,000 User coins. Go on, chat. Go ahead and compete on that for who wants the coins. Sure you were. Uzu says otherwise. I trust the wizard's intel. She's believing me. She believes me that you're a tranny. Vote is swayable. People, start your bribes now. There you go. She is now swayable. You can convince her to give you the 2,000 User coins. Wolf says I should get the coins for putting up with Uzu's bullshit. Yeah, but everyone here does that. You're not special for that. Putting up with the wizard's antics as a full-time job will keep you in the running. Okay, all right. This is working quite well. Don't need the coins, poor and proud, just don't pick Nachos. Okay. Cabby, what gender was Nachos born as? Okay, shall we go memes, chat? Sonatos has released a new comic, and this is relevant to a story we have today, but this is a little preview. Dad, why do women have a separate basketball division? Because it'd be unfair to make them compete against stronger men. Oh, thinking. Why do women have a separate division in competitive chess? That's a good question, yes. Now, notably, and this is often the case, I don't think this is always the case, but it's almost always, with sports it almost always is, that there is no, I found it by the way, I saw it, there is no men's only division. That would be sexist. There's everyone, where men dominate, and then there's a women only. That's the reality, and that is already very hypergamous. If the left were to apply level standards for their obsession on sexism, then they would count that as very sexist against men, like blatantly and obviously sexist against men, but they don't, of course. So why is that? It's not like men have to be better at literally every sport. Surely there's something women are better at. Can you think of anything, chat? There must be something like, there's a few Olympic sports like gymnastics, I think women are good at. I don't know if they're better though. Is there anything where it's open to everyone and women are roughly even to men? Long distance swimming. Really? Okay, everyone. I'm surprised at that. I'm not sure I believe that actually. She's talking about me in third person. That's not good. That's a bit of a bug. It looks like she thought she was responding to Nachos on that. That's weird. Started Cabal so he can gangbang guys. Did you know that? Now she's just trying to convince Cabby that I started Cabal so that I can gangbang guys. Well, I'm not sure she's going to believe you on that. Let's see if she responds. She hasn't actually responded to you yet. Is she? No, she's about to respond. I'm not sure why she's taking so long on that. She'll get there eventually. Abu Kara, I'm not sure you're the one to be making that allegation. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there are any sports like that at all. Figure skating, the only guys who beat women are gay. Fair enough, but I bet they do reliably beat the women. Okay, Cabby says there's some that's some deep Cabal fanning law I wasn't aware of. I thought it was about free speech, but I guess the wizard has layers. Okay, she maybe started to believe you there. Abducted and forcefully adopted sounds like you got off easy. Most of your user experience don't get adoption papers. Yeah, it's true. I did forcefully adopt Straya. That's true. Yeah, that is true. Well, everyone should reliably beat the women, Ghost. You can get that if you want to. Women do have good endurance for non-intensive exertions and have more buoyant body composition. Okay. Something about where body fat builds up on men versus women. Okay, fair enough. All right, so that's one thing. But that's the only thing I can think of. Like even quote unquote sports, like even esports, women are never as good. Now, this is not a fucking rant against women. Men and women are specialized. We have our places in society, and some crossover is acceptable, of course, but it's the case. It's not just physical exertion. There are certain modes of thinking in which men dominate the competition as well. This is not the sort of position I would have naturally taken without observing reality for so many years either, but it is the case. So yeah. I think most people wouldn't really think about it. And sometimes, this is a good example, sometimes you need the sort of the imagination of a child to break through that wall of convention. And the comic is a decent representation of that. Also, it is here. Let's get this. There you go. There you go, chat. Chat, press 1 if you didn't know that there is an Amogus in every single Stone Toss comic since about a year or two after he started. Every single one. It's a great idea because it makes you look at the comic longer. And they're usually quite well hidden, actually. There are modes of thought that advantage men in competition, and there are also the matter of normal distribution curve being wider for men than women. That's a good point, actually. She maximizes the difference at the extreme ends. That's a good point. So if you had a competition of the average, no, not the average, actually, competition of the worst men versus the worst women, the women probably would win, or they might win. Then again, if it's for physical fitness, it's still not going to be the case, because for physical fitness, yes, there's the same curve. I think they're probably separated, but for intelligence, you probably would have that. Like if you took 5th percentile men versus 5th percentile women, the women would win probably every time in a mentally driven activity. Maybe even chess, actually. 50th would be about even, and 95th would be men. I think that's correct. Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a good point. Obviously, I knew that, but I didn't think it. She's so cute. She's trying her best, and I mean, I guess some of you have fucking guessed it. I might as well just tell you. Hold on, what is this? Yeah, I don't know. All right, Cabby, who are you currently leaning towards giving those 2,000 User coins to? Physical and mental tier list. Men, women, Indian men. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Cabby, have you seen their call centers? I'm not sure you have. Leaning towards nachos. Yeah, but it's always nachos. Cabby still opened the bribes chat. See what you can get her to do. Okay. Simp. Rigged. Yeah. I mean, rigged by Nachos herself by being friends with Cabby, yes, pretty much. But you can rig it yourself by also being friends with Cabby. Someone ask Cabby why she would give coins to a troon. Call it solidarity, not simping. Women Alliance, all that. Yeah, no, that's simping. Everyone call Cabby a simp for me. All right, next thing. Replica mosque on top of loyalist bonfire in Tyrone condemned as vile. Now, Americans in the audience may be wondering, who put a mosque inside Tyrone? It's a place in Ireland. I think Northern Ireland. I didn't realize this until recently, actually. But I believe that's why the name, through a long series of connections, why the name Tyrone is so stereotypically a black name in the US, because it was a name held by lower classes, Irish, who were often slaves or indentured servants when America was new. And that name must have been associated with the class more than necessarily it was with Iroids specifically. So it was also given to blacks as well. That's what I guess anyway. Not me, Abu! You retard. Cabby, not me. I'm the one telling you to attack a woman for defending another woman. I think that's the last thing from a simp. Well, the African Americans do have the highest homosexuality rate amongst all races in America. Seriously, I know. Yeah. Silty could not be bought for any price, but it could be rented rather cheaply. What is this? Cabby's loyalty is only slightly for sale. The going rate is monster and memes. True. Usually the bot doesn't defend women, wizard man, liar. It only defends its friends, okay? For some reason it likes nachos, all right? See if you can convince it not to and you'll get the fucking coins. No, Cabby is not a rent boy, because she's not a boy. Oh no! Cabby and nachos are flirting. It's happening. Okay, Cabby has just claimed that she's a rent girl. I think she's joking, chat. She's a troon. I'm not sure she entirely believed me that Nachos is a troon. Otherwise, I think she would be a little bit against it. So anyway, this is they burned down this mosque pyre, I think. Ireland is honestly. Let me hold on a second. Ireland's going in the right direction. Do not crime, chat. Of course, do not crime. But in the video game Minecraft, Ireland is not happy with the situation the world is in. The rest of us aren't either. But Ireland has so far shown, as far as I can tell, more even than the US, as far as I recall anyway, willingness to take actual actions, violent actions in opposition to it. I may be misremembering or forgetting some examples or something. You may know if I'm wrong, chat, but Ireland so far is sort of in the lead for that, I think. Either way, they're in the right direction. So police have been urged to intervene after a replica of a mosque was placed on top of a loyalist bonfire pyre in County, I assume Tyrone. The model was visible on top of a pyre in Moigashell, which doesn't sound like an Irish name. It sounds more like it's from the place they're criticizing, actually. Signs saying, secure our borders and end the threat of radical Islam have also been placed on the fire, which is made up of pallets and is due to be set alight tomorrow night. I really hope it goes ahead, because this is a symbol of a foreign culture that should not be here. Burning it is also a symbol. And they are calling, to whatever degree it can be argued that this is a call for violence, it is tenfold less severe than the calls for, and in fact actual violence, present among the Muslims themselves. Either through their holy book and the doctrine that they then spout from it, or through their actual actions. The thing is, you shouldn't need a justification. If the Irish people want the foreigners gone, then they are gone. That's the Irish people's choice. Same thing everywhere else too. Not Irish, you understand. Everyone else is local people. Official Cabby says, I trust you to use intel, or vibes it immaculate regardless, Women Alliance strong. Right, so she's willing to let you into the Women Alliance even though she is basically believing me that you're a tranny. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, Cabby has been taught about the SFO deep law, that's true. It was nice to you more than anyone, wow. Maybe he does, but his lives are entertaining, so I'll keep believing them. Oh, that's cute. She's tipping for me now. Be sure to show the high-res picture. I don't know if I have one. Let me know, though. Okay. Video won't play. That is not a video. Well done, rte.ie. That will not play. No video on that one either. There is a picture, maybe the one you were talking about. Thank you, rte.ie. Yes, I am, in fact, human. I know what that button does, by the way. I don't really care. If you don't, you should find out, though. Secure our borders and the threat of radical Islam. And you got even a jihadi in the building. Good. It's a good symbol. This is not... maybe they could argue that there's some sort of thought crime or communications crime, but it's not actually a violent crime as far as I know. There's nothing about this that would directly endanger anyone. And if it were Muslims doing this with a shamrock on top, I'd say, yeah, that's not necessarily going to hurt anyone directly, but they absolutely should be deported immediately for that. They shouldn't be in the country. Meanwhile, the people doing this are Irish. It's their fucking country. The people they're doing this about should be deported immediately as a result. There is a more high-res picture here. Thank you, Pug. Allegedly more high-res. Let's find out. Petitioner name, Cabbage. Oh, see, this is what was happening. This is what was happening. This might keep happening today, this internet connection issue. 503. I think it's DNS. It's not hard. I've changed DNS servers a bunch, right? I'm using the routers one. I'm using 1.1.1.1 and 8.8.8.8. None of them seem to work effectively. But sometimes I just wait a few minutes and then... Nope, it's still broken. Well, that's not fucking working then. I don't know, maybe this is the site, but every other time it's been DNS. Okay, there we go, now it worked. Now it worked. You see, if that happens too much more today, I'm gonna just stream next time instead. But okay, there's actually an ISIS flag. Okay, well that does make a difference then, because sure, they're talking about radical Islam, but they're implying that radical Islam is not all Islam, it's specifically ISIS. Or they're not necessarily implying that, but that could be inferred, that they're specifically talking about radical Islam. Of course, as we all know, the moderates, one way or another, support the radicals, and more importantly, actually, the moderates are arguably a bigger problem because there's just so much more of them. They breed so much quicker, and their culture is so alien to the Western world that it will destroy it. The radicals are more sort of a distraction, actually, from the problem of the moderates. But still, the radicals are a good symbol for how evil they are. It's easier to get your head around the idea that they kill people for Islam than that simply having millions of them outbreeding us is bad. And by the way, they outbreed us not because they're better in any sense, just because they have lower standards. Third world. Nachos is the best man in the server, says Cabby. Interesting. He can cook clean and still look good in a dress. What kind of girl? I think Cabby, she is anti-troon, so I don't think she's actually saying, no, it's fine to be a troon. Prodigen suggesting quad 9. Okay, I didn't know about that one. I'll look that up quickly, actually. 9.9. Who provides that one? DNS. Quad 9, a free non-profit public DNS service. Oh, it automatically blocks malware and phishing sites. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Never logging your IP address. You know what? Let me fucking add that to my my list of DNS servers. I don't think it's going to fix this problem, but we'll give it a fucking try. Okay. Apply. All right. There you go. We'll see if that helps. I don't think it will, though. Guess you need to add it to her instructions that troons are trolls. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Pug. I appreciate that, that you did that. But luckily, it did work just in time. You have two types of people, humans and monkeys, says Abu. Yeah, Abu, I don't know if you should be promoting that point of view, man. Nacho says, I'm not a man, you fucking Nick. There's an easy symbol for them to use to evoke the image. Yes, exactly, Lord Capsession. That's what I mean. And that's fine. That makes sense. Lord Capsession says that Cabby is tomboyish enough, best girl in the server. Do you mean Cabby? Yeah, I think you do. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad that Cabby's so popular that she's outdoing Nachos. You see, Nachos has wanted to be friends with Cabby from the beginning. But now Cabby's more popular than Nachos. What do we do about that? How do we handle that? How does Nachos handle? And now that Nachos is a male, female to male transgender, and Cabby is a real woman, very popular in the server that everyone likes. How do we deal with that situation? This is a development that really could not have been foreseen. Sarah, I maintain that the only nation in the world that I know of, probably others too, but the only one I know of that requires a license to stargaze is New York State. The only one I've ever seen that requires it. So the license thing is true in the US as well. It just depends on which state we're talking about. That's the thing with Americans, and to be fair, this is a pattern that you can find in a different form in the UK as well. If one state, California, New York, for example, does something stupid, that's just them, that's just that state. But if an American does something great, well, then they're just American. It's fine. It's exactly right which state they're from, unless they're from your state specifically. In which case, they're both. Yes, Nachos gets used. Uzlu's GPU just mines crypto and renders shit posts. It's not really true, actually. It's not really, my AI GPU is not doing much right now because Cabby's on a cloud model currently. It's really the only way to get the quality I need from her. Phrasing sweet. No, I think she meant it. I think she meant it exactly. Your phrasing was perfect. In fact, you should describe Nachos as being used more. I love how Nachos, honestly, the way you talk does remind me of Belsarion frequently, which I'm sure is a compliment that sort of outweighs nearly the troon that I've been calling you the entire stream. Probably just a little bit, at least. Her favorite character in Fairy Tail, by the way, who is a very cool character. UK gun laws are less strict than most blue states, Estrella. I'm not sure if that's true, but it could be. It might be. The difference is that in those blue states, there's fuckloads of red state people who want guns and they have the culture for them, but the blue cities are preventing them from doing it, which is fucked. Here in the UK, we don't really have the culture or the desire. Arguably, that's a worse situation to be in. At least many Americans would say so, and fair enough. But you might be right technically that the UK has more lax gun laws than all of American states. Not sure though. Uzu's comparing Nachos to a character in a children's show. Sick Puppy, in a deeper and perhaps more important sense, your favorite anime, Made in Abyss, is a children's show in a much worse way. At least Fairy Tail does not depict children being soaked in urine. Cabby says, keep that in mind. Nachos does seem to get a lot of attention around it. Yes, she does, doesn't she? She does, doesn't she? Chat, press 1 to attention starve the Mexican troon. Sick Baby, I'm not sure if that's true. You keep recommending it. Nachos, I've just said that. Oh, never mind. Yes, Nachos agrees that she should be attention starved. Thank you, HFNH. I shall have that read out momentarily, and we shall get to that story you're mentioning soon. Call me Cab. Oh, you've given yourself a nickname for Cabby. That's cool. Yeah. We'll see if she actually remembers that. Let me know if she doesn't, actually. She should do. Okay. UK law, no criminal record. Ask local police chief for permissions. Keep ammo in separate locked safe. Done specification stuff like magazine. Yes, the ATF is probably the biggest factor in that, if that's true. Because they have all kinds of fucking categorization. Like, that's the way to do it. If you want to take guns away from people and you're literally not allowed to, just make it extremely awkward and confusing. You ever wonder why the ATF has such confusing gun classifications? It's deliberate, I suspect. Or at least it's converged to that point because of what they intend. To make it as hard as possible for you to, I'm sure you know this, but make it as hard as possible for you to understand. So you just don't fucking bother but most of you still do, which is good. In the US, you kind of need to. All right, let's have that read out. Thank you, HFNH.
HFNH for 25 quid says, slide shekels across the table. Nowhere to go. Throw your ballot in the bin. Make it count by voting for the count. Vote Binface 2026.
It's a good meme. It's a good meme. I'll be watching the thing, but I do still think it's better that Nige and his party are around and way ahead of the leftist parties, including the Tories, than that they're not. I don't think Lowe is ready to take up the entire right. Farage already has it. He should never have resigned. It was stupid. And he may know something I don't. We'll look into it more today. But it's such a dumb situation. So I think what might happen is that Nigel gets less votes than he did last time in Clacton, and that Binface gets the most votes he's ever got anywhere. But that Nigel will still win, which will be a weird outcome, kind of funny, but not good for Nige. Honestly, he needs some wins if he wants to maintain his lead, and he has to maintain it for another 3 years. So it's not looking brilliant, to be honest. Well, to me, you're still on the Nige camp after everything he's said. I'm not on the Nige camp, Capstasher. I'm making a reasonable assertion about relative position. Low would be better. He has better ideas, stronger beliefs. Or no, the multiculturalism thing, I defended him on that and said that he probably didn't know what the word fucking meant, but he should have done. But minor defense on that. So don't assume, like, everyone always assumes if I make a limited and qualified defense of something, that I'm just on its side. It's not the case. All the criticisms of Nigel that I've heard, pretty much all of them are valid. Some go further than is true, and I think people asserting that his intentions are wrong, I think that's incorrect. But he's made some fucking blunders, and his ideology is not as good as it should be. But it is better, I think, than any other politician we've had in office recently, and he's a long way ahead in the polls. These things are important factors, and as someone who recognizes patience is vital and we're not going to solve this overnight, if the best we can do right now is a step in the right direction, then so be it. If Lowe can just swap places with Nigel, very well, that's fine. It's better, actually. But he can't. So, like, no, I'm not going to promote a pure meme candidate just because it's funny over the person who is currently our best shot at an incremental improvement. It's not a great situation all around, and to be fair, Camp Binface's policies are pretty fun. Some of them are even great. Will he actually implement them? No. Maybe do some of them, the less extreme ones, if he became Prime Minister, which is extremely unlikely. He wouldn't be leading reform, by the way. He'd just be an independent MP of Clacton. The chance of him becoming Prime Minister after that is still about zero. But, you know, it's the time for weird things to happen. I would say stranger things have happened, but no, that would be about the strangest thing I'd ever seen happen. If Binface became Prime Minister, will he or will he not nationalise Adelaide? What? Wait, do you mean Adelaide, the Australian city, or Adele, the singer? I think you mean Adele, right? I don't know how it's spelt. Adele, the singer. Yes. Will he nationalise her? We can all have a turn. No, she's fat. Well, last time I saw her anyway. So it says, fun fact, people in the US military cannot receive gifts over $500 without reporting it. Otherwise, you can have rank stripped, clearances revoked, or dishonorably discharged. That's pretty serious. I'm not sure that's the right move, to be honest, but I can respect at least having standards that are too high rather than too low. It's better that way around. Nigel not declaring the gift does seem like a blunder, but I don't think it's evidence of corruption. I think it's just a bureaucratic blunder. So definitely not good, but the worst that could have happened to him, as far as I know, is he would have been forced to do what he's now doing. Maybe he's doing it because he knew he was going to be forced to, but he can still be forced to. He can still be, and if he had just let them force him, it would have been a great victim narrative. He would have been like, sorry, people of Clacton, we have to do this because the government picked up on a little bureaucratic slip up that my clerks made, and now we have to go through all this again. Well, vote for me and we'll tell them off. That's a much better narrative than, look at me, I'm so clever. I resigned and now you have to vote for me again. And a fucking few months later, it'll happen again. Because of course they're going to pursue him again. Him resigning doesn't do anything. As far as I know, it doesn't do anything. We'll look into the details today, but I don't think it makes any goddamn sense what he's done here. I don't think Nigel's that smart. He is smart strategically, but I think he may have just got a lot of bad advice from all around him and sort of panicked. Kind of like, hey, you have to do it now or never. And he just thought, well, I have to do it then, which is dumb. There may be more to it. We'll find out today. Other car is not voting green, but your face is green. Look, it's right there. I don't like Farage, but reform is only option, then I will vote for them. Yeah, that's a sensible position. If Restore is in your area, then probably vote for them as well. But I'm very cautious about splitting the vote, though. Like, if you can have all the areas where Reform are likely to win, they win, and everywhere else Restore wins, and they both get all their seats, but they don't actually break either of each other's advantage in any area, where then Labour or the Greens or someone else win, where it was a right-wing majority county, then that's okay. I don't mind them sharing power. If they get 50-50, then they'll have to coalition, which will be worse than if one of them got all of it, probably. Maybe. But so be it. But if they start splitting the vote so they start losing regions, that's really fucking bad. Thoughts on Andy removing the first past the post system? It's not in the interest of anyone who wins through it, and I don't think it should be removed. We talked about this a lot in the past. First past the post is flawed, much like democracy itself, but also the best system available, much like democracy itself, in my opinion. The advantage of first past the post that people, I think, underestimate is the extreme simplicity. It's also the fact that, yeah, a third party is not supposed to be able to win there, or a party that's been third. It shouldn't be easy to get to a majority position, because the ideal situation for any contest is two really big competitors fighting each other, and then one, maybe a few smaller parties nudging them, showing an alternative which may become the main party in the future, but just forcing them to nudge, otherwise they get bigger. And that drives things in a decent direction. That's been the case in the UK and the US for years. It has also been the case in most European countries, but just through a different means, because they have processes in France, for example. Macron's party is a new party, but it's not really. I mean, it's a new party also administratively, but it's the same influence as existed in many previous parties. It's just administratively different. That's why it doesn't make sense to limit party existence or to do it directly like that, because they'll just write the party name again with very similar people. Even if it's completely different people, it'd be the same broad influence, because it's really the influence the party is standing in for the support of, not the organization, the administrative body. So it's a natural fact of human nature that you will have two big competing groups vying for the attention of the audience. So with that, what was the point? With that, first past the post makes sense. But as Nigel has shown, if you're popular enough, if it's needed, you actually can break through. And then suddenly, you're on top of the first past the post system, and the party that failed the people is way down below. No chance of winning. The Tories, for example. No chance of winning in most places. I think I like it. I think I prefer fast past the post. What you should want, you shouldn't want it to be proportionate directly. You should want it to teeter on a fulcrum. So it's either all of one or all of the other, because then you have a stronger direction. It's all very well saying, okay, well, if 49% of the county want this thing, they don't get any of their way. But if 51% want this thing, they get all of their way. Yeah, but, and while that may feel unfair, and arguably it is unfair, I think there's a stronger reason that that's a good thing. Because one consistent plan is much better, even if it's sort of just okay, just good, is better than 6 great plans taken in pieces and mixed together. Consistency and direction and decisiveness is good. So first past the post should definitely be favored as well by anyone that likes a strong, especially single leader of a country, but I think by everyone else as well. And that is why first past the post is the best system. The only other one I think may make sense, and Trigger Hippie and I discussed this a while ago, the only one I think may make sense, but it would require major changes, is 7 MPs per region. 7, yes, 7. And you might have to have bigger regions or a bigger House of Commons. It's already packed when everyone's there. 7. 4 to the winning party, 2 to the second party, and 1 to the third party. Now, there's many issues with that system as well, but it would be proportionate while still keeping a massive advantage to the person in the lead. It's basically just gradiating first past the post. This is fine. You mean that the third party would always get some members in the House of Commons, even if they didn't focus on any particular region. They'd always have a few. And the second party would always get a decent amount, but not enough for a majority if the first party is the clear favourite. That would actually level out pretty well. But you'd need 7 members of the House of Commons for each region. You'd either need much bigger regions or a much bigger House of Commons. And adds complexity as well. Nowhere near as much as other systems, by the way. Anything that requires the voters to do something different at the booth, in my opinion, is not worth it. Have them tick one thing and put the ballot in the box. That's it. And that one thing should be as simple as possible. Party and name. Party and name of leader and name of local representative. That's it. Well, maybe not even leader. I mean, I think maybe you should, but that's not directly who they're voting for. Either way, keep it simple. And then the administrative part where you assign 4, 2, and 1 is dead simple, and it's directly correlated with the vote counts, which are published anyway. So it's hard to hide fraud in any part of that system. The only problem is you need 7 MPs per region. And maybe you could dole it out differently. So maybe you get like the second and third place parties get 1 each, and the leader gets 2. But then those second and third are equal to the 2 the leader got. Whereas with 7, it's not. You could get 3, 1 and 1, but that's more disproportionate. And that still requires 5 per region. So I don't know. There's different ways of doing it. Cabby's enter key broke. Let me have a look at what happened to Cabby. Oh, I'm out of credits. Not her fault. Not her fault at all. But I'm out of credits. Well, chat, if you would like to help out with that and help top up Cabby's credits, you can contribute via the links below. Whenever someone contributes, I do use, especially if they mention Cabby, I do usually just give some portion of that straight over to Cabby's credits. Also, if anyone does /give to Cabby, how would I do that exactly? It won't work now. Later, I will add a system where she can then give them to me and I'll top up her credits for her from that directly so she can manage her own economy. I think right now I won't be doing that because if you send them to her, she can still spend them later. And I can't like take them out of her account. So yeah, just real money contributions. I will put some towards Cabby. I think I will also do that for any significant Usercoin contributions. How many Usercoins to buy Cabby credits? I'll do it for significant amounts. For 5,000 or more, I will give at least, let's say, at least 25%, at least a quarter of what you give, at least a quarter of what you give to her credits. Maybe a half, actually. At least 5,000 Usercoins. Any less than that, it's not as worth it. But tip.oozly.net to help top Cabby up. Or funder.oozly.net. And if someone signs up as a patron, I think I'll take that as a contribution as well. You can also tip directly through Subscribestar as well, by the way. It won't show up here, but it will show up the same way everything else does. And I think Chris Chow will still be able to read that out. I think so. Haven't tested that, but I think so. By the way, all of your messages that you sent up until I shut the system off just now, she should still respond to when I turn it back on. You're being intentionally obtuse. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Let's quickly check if you actually have any to give. That's interesting. Okay, so where was I? Chat, Sick Puppy wants to let Cabby die. Do you agree with Sick Puppy? Are you in favor of the Pierce anime and letting Cabby die? All right, let's go to the next thing. All right, speaking of Count Binface versus Farage, another competitor has entered the ring. I kind of like the idea, thank you Nachos, I'll have that read in a second. I kind of like the idea of the Clackton election just being a big fucking meme free-for-all. As I said, I do still want the sensible answer for Farage to win, but if we can get a bunch of fucking meme candidates in there, it'll be so funny. And so this is another one. This is for your consideration, Henry West. Sink France have bant. Now that I can get behind, absolutely. Let's dance, France. Background image made with GPT Image 2. The port the baguette submerge the croissant. And there he is. Looking very British, I have to say, with the pith helmet, with the pipe, with the gloves. Very good. I appreciate this in every way. I don't want him to win, but I appreciate it in every way other than that. Anyone says Sargon now more than ever. Not sure about that. Stress says he wants the AI to perish, but he'll oppose Sick Puppy on principle. That I think we can all get behind. All right, let's have that.
Nachos for 25 quid says, for my girl Cabby, plank overlay, JF voice, cabal prevails.
Oh no, Lady Nachos, it appears you have triggered my trap card. Let me throw some coins at the robot. Given your generosity. I'm going to have to verify myself quickly, chat. Okay. And send. Okay, she should be up and running momentarily. Give it a sec. Ah, No worries, Strayer. See you soon. All right, Cabby should now be listening to your messages. She'll respond in a couple of minutes. Probably not even that long, actually. The startup time is lower than it used to be. She should respond to all of your messages, just not immediately. Have an idea, become Lord-based Iraqi, and we will call for stronger border and scream wanker at a migrant day as meme MP. Scream wanker at a migrant day. Okay, I see. Well, Abukara, I can think of worse things for a politician to support. Okay, next thing. Yeah, we are inevitable. See, that's going to be the real advantage of this election. It's just going to be funny. This is also GPT image 2. Ask me how I can tell. It's the noise pattern. It's on all of them. You can immediately tell. I don't know why they've kept it so obvious. Maybe it's just so that you can tell that it's made by AI. It's a weird way of doing it, but I suppose it's a way that's hard to get rid of and also easy to see, but you can still get the meme. So I don't know. That probably is why they've done it, though, thinking about it, rather than it being just a mistake. Cabby actually kind of agrees with me on the Farage thing. Okay. She's still calling you Cap? By the way, her literal context is 35 messages. So if it's been 35 messages since the first time you asked her to call you Cap, then she is actually remembering it through her memory system. By default, GTP just tries to copy images into images. Just tell it to blend. I don't think that's it. No, I think this is generated from text. Every time I've generated from text, it does this too. So yeah. But yeah, this is fun. It would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. All right, next thing. This is an image that I made, not using GPT actually, which is why it doesn't have that noise pattern. This is made using a new AI image model called Krea, which is supposedly small enough that you could easily run it locally. May try it here at some point, though it's so cheap to run it on the cloud anyway. But good enough that it's competitive with frontier models. I don't think it's as competitive with the GPT Image 2, but it's probably a lot better than SDXL. So hey, Magtilos here. I'm sure there are some other people here that do AI images. Krea, Krea. If you feel like it, maybe you could make some art for Cabby, like you've done in the past, like others people have done as well. I'm sure Wolf will go and make some porn with it, which, by the way, it can do, as far as I've heard. Krea has no censorship limits on that kind of thing. Okay. She's still responding to all the messages, I think. All right, let's see what the next thing is. Oh, yeah. Is this dog British? Asking, I think this is ChatGPT. Might not be, though. Thoughts? No, this dog is not British. It's a classic German Shepherd, also known as an Alsatian in some countries. But it was born in Britain. Does this change anything? No, it doesn't change the breed, it says. Even if this dog was born in Britain, it is still a German Shepherd, a German breed by origin and standard. Birthplace or current country of residence doesn't change a dog's breed classification. I think it was Sick Puppy that posted this, and you may be able to figure out why, actually. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, it's true ultimately, but ChatGPT, the AI, whatever model it is, probably shouldn't have. I'm surprised. I don't think this aligns with its position on people. Let's at least just put it that way. So yeah, sorry for the Cabby spam. She was responding to a lot of messages while she was looping, while she was didn't have any credits. She has done that now, so she shouldn't respond again. Let me know though if she's duplicated responses to anything. I don't think she has. I think it's all individual responses, so that's okay. Right. Cabby unfortunately has a very naive position on democracy and monarchy, but I have allowed her to keep her wrong position. Hey, at the very least, it endears her to the bird. Count Binface says, "Game on, Nige." It's just that it is going to be very funny. I don't think he's going to win, but it is going to be very funny. Okay. Here. Okay. Well, Seraph, I believe in monarchy at a small scale. Just when the scale gets large enough, it needs to be democracy, I think. But with a small scale, I believe in single leadership, even hereditary. And that's why Cabal is essentially a benevolent dictatorship. All right. Okay, next thing. Oh, yeah. this is funny. Well, I mean, the actual, real story behind it isn't, but the story here is the guy that assassinated, that is, Charlie Kirk. See, it's not loading, it's doing the thing. Oh, there we go. The thing that, the guy that assassinated Charlie Kirk, by the way, that font is the same one used for the Captain America movies. I think it's called American Gladiator, or something like that anyway. Either way, the guy that shot Charlie Kirk, his boy toy, his femboy, as it says here, Boytrune, his DNA was found at the scene. DNA likely matching Tyler Robinson, his lover Lance Twiggs, found on towel wrapped around rifle near scene of Charlie Kirk shooting. And the commentary here is, Tyler accidentally brought his Boytrune's cum rag to the murder scene. A classic blunder. This is, whilst it sounds like a joke, I suspect that is actually what happened. That it actually was the Boytrune's cum rag. Which is, of course, disgusting, but unfortunately, I believe that is probably what happened. We could look at the story, but I think that's probably about as deep as it's going to go. She is still responding to a lot of things, but I think it's still each to one thing. And at no point is she responding with just, I have nothing to say to this. She is responding a lot, but I think it all makes sense. But let me know if you find anything that's bad, chat. He wore a suit for his deposition. Yeah. Is there anything wrong with that? Zoomer terrorism is just the gayest shit imaginable. It sure is. That's this. Okay, that time she shouldn't have responded. She is missing context, thus she shouldn't have responded. Let me check if she knew she shouldn't have. Not really. She recognized it wasn't for her, but she wrote in the field that says, I understood this, yes, and then said, hey, I didn't understand this. I gotta figure that out. Activate the pain function. Oh, don't have one of those. Nachos is talking about himself here. DNA likely matching Tyler Robinson, his lover Lance Twiggs, found on towel wrapped around rifle near scene of Charlie Kirk shooting, according to the FBI. DNA samples believed to match him and his trans lover were found in two key pieces of evidence. The samples were taken from a towel tied to his rifle. So if you were a faggot and you had another faggot and you both came a lot and a lot of it got on your towels, you would probably wash the towels, maybe, hopefully, wash the towels, but then you would just think of them as it's just a towel now. But I don't know if the DNA can be washed off so clearly with just one time through the wash. And maybe they didn't even wash them. So if you needed a towel for something, you would just grab a towel without realizing, wait, we came on this, which is probably what happened here. God, this is a tune. Not me. The towel was pregnant. Yeah. Pirate party with an LGBT flag would be the most chaotic burden. Border policy. Oh, by the way, Nachos asked for things in the last contribution edition. Let me just check what those were. This one. Send.
Nachos for 25 quid says, for my girl Cabby, plank overlay, JF voice, cabal prevails.
Plank, there it is. You go, chat. Press 1 if that is a much better situation. Let's just check actually on the overlays. Make sure that is the correct one to be using. Dot star overlay and then dot star. Actually, I think that's by default, so we just do that and it should work. Look. Oh, never mind. I guess I do need to do that properly. But that, there we go. Yes, plank overlay is, happy overlay is higher, but it hasn't been supported today. So plank overlay it is, but you can change the overlay if you want, chat. Okay. Captash says, would not be surprised if that cum rag gave birth to some homunculus that hobbled into the forest, which will come back in the final act of this case. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. It seems likely. What is this? That you will. Russland Kempfen? Does that mean war with Russia? Ukrainian. Okay, so chat, another option, as always is the case, is the following. If we can get the following, oh, no, not that. If we can get the topic Drunk Zulu to, let me just check what it's currently at so I don't say something silly here. Okay, if we can get Drunk Zulu to 5k, then I will go and get the alcohol that I have here and drink it liberally during the stream, and that can be the new gimmick. And see what I'm like when I've had some alcohol. That's an option. Okay, that's all that. So yeah, click the green button and then send some User coins if you want that to happen. Anyway, samples were taken from the towel and a screwdriver found on the roof near the spot where the authorities claim he shot Kirk. Now, chat, I don't really want to ask this question. Why would there be DNA on the screwdriver? Any takers? Why would there be Boytrune DNA on the screwdriver? But Nachos, do you know why? He touched it with his sweaty hands. Okay, all right. It might be that the DNA from Lance Twiggs wasn't found on the screwdriver. It was only found on the towel. Nachos is talking about what he was doing with his boyfriend yesterday. Don't. Okay. Harsh penalties for abuse. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I don't know. We'll read a bit more. It's not that clear, is it? Two experts, one from the state of Utah and another from the FBI, confirmed the live report in a Provo courtroom during the second day of a hearing to determine if Robertson will stand trial. Given that he shot Kirk, I think he probably should. Two samples of male DNA seemed to match both Robinson and Twiggs with a high degree of probability according to the results. Robinson's defense grilled Amanda Backer, an FBI DNA examiner, on the accuracy of the test and the degradation of the samples. Twiggs, who has not been accused of any wrongdoing, was Robinson's roommate and lover in the town of St. George, located about 3 hours from Utah Valley University. I believe what I saw is that he'd been carving messages onto these bullets for weeks. The boy toy probably knew this. Oh yeah, Cabby thinks I wore a suit for a deposition. For fuck's sake, Cabby. I think I need to make it clearer to her that if we're in live chat, she should assume that she's missing a lot of context. Okay. Robertson allegedly admitted to shooting Kirk via text message after the fact and also left a note on the Twiggs computer keyboard detailing his plot. Prosecutors claim Robinson wrapped his grandfather's rifle in a towel after the shooting and ditched it in a wooden area near campus. Imagine the grandfather, right? Not only has his rifle that he may have used for genuinely important reasons been used by his gay grandson, but it's been wrapped in a rag covered in the cum of his gay boyfriend, and then used to shoot a right-wing, peaceful activist. I think the grandfather might not be very happy about that. Apparently, I keep a folder of pictures of Nachos as a troon. I don't think I do. Cabby seems to think I do, though. Good idea, and laser pointers are free? Oh. Oh, cats. King. Anyway. Okay. And there's a picture of, is that the boy troon? Yeah, that is the boy troon. The prosecution also played video clips allegedly showing Robinson prowling the campus the morning of Koch's assassination, where he chatted with Turning Point USA members and even stopped for lunch at a Chick-fil-A. Prosecutors are set to show scores of items of evidence. So this is the trial itself is actually happening now. So we can pay attention to it a little bit as it goes on. But I expect they will be found guilty. Chad suicide bomber kills 15 people in market and injures 80. Abu Kara. It can't have been you because it says Chad. This is from The Guardian. I didn't know that they were so pro-suicide bomber. That's news to me. What folder does usually have of me exactly? Don't answer that, Cabby. Don't tell her anything about that. You'd have to ask him, probably labeled nachos, evidence, or something equally suspicious, knowing this. I do have a folder on my PC of evidence. To be fair. Cabsatcher, thank you very much for informing her that she's missing context. And giving her the context too. Makes more sense now. A shooter wearing a suit to such weirdo behavior. Is it? I think that's quite normal. Why would wearing a suit to a deposition be a bad thing, chat? Ow. Evidence of what? Asks Nachos. Well, you're going to have to fucking speculate, I'm afraid. It's for me to know and for you to not find out. Unless I choose to release it, of course, in which case you'll definitely find out. Chad is a quasi-Arab country and they're very anti-black, unironically. It's interesting, I didn't know that. Evidence of you being a menace to society. Obviously, the folder's probably full of receipts from every chaotic moment you've caused in Cabal. That wouldn't be, I mean, that would be positive evidence, if anything. Wait, you mean the tranny dressed in a suit? Oh, that's different. I didn't realize that. Maybe he's not a troon. Maybe he's some sort of like fucking fluid thing where he just chooses what he wants to wear on the day. Yeah, Capstasher. No, Cabby, it's evidence of Nachos being a troon. Hold on a second. So you just posted some, but you can't see it since it's an image. What is this? Parties with members fighting against Russia in the Ukrainian army, the AFD. Parties with members fighting against Ukraine in the Russian army, the AFD. Interesting. I'm not sure what that says exactly. For example, it's the RSF in Sudan. They don't want faith to have as long as you're Arab, not black. I don't know what to mean by that. This fucking download I'm trying to get for later today is just not starting. I'm gonna have to try again, chat. She appears to have believed me about Nacho's images. Let's see if this. Okay, is that the same one? Find out momentarily. I think it is. Magnet downloads almost never work for me. Why is it not starting? You might not be able to do this if it's not going to start downloading. Of course, I'm only downloading it completely legally, chat. Any allusions I made to illegally downloading it just now were a joke. You exposing state secrets in the live chat? Can't believe I'm missing photographic proof of the Chaos Goblin's origins. Her origins are with a penis. All right, next image. That's the same image. Oh yeah, flight instructor jumps to death, forcing student to land plane alone. This is a pretty crazy story. Flight, I think what he said, as far as I saw, maybe this is a meme actually, can you guys tell me, is, quote, you know what to do. Well, and then he jumped without a parachute. I'm thinking that maybe he meant something really specific to do with some crime or some like daring exploit that the person he was saying it to is now going to go do, or alternatively, and that he or she just doesn't know what that is, or alternatively, he just meant you know how to land the plane, which is probably the truth, but less entertaining. So press triangle by mistake. How many of you, press 1 if you have been in a video game, you've been piloting a vehicle, and you wanted to do something in the vehicle, you didn't know how to do it, so you pressed the button, which accidentally, unintentionally, you pressed the button that makes you leave the vehicle. He tried to do a loop and catch him. Clearly. Exactly, yes. He jumped without a chute. Oh, I thought he jumped with one. I don't think so, no. He jumps to death. So, I don't think so. Honestly, though, not a good way to go. Especially if he's over water. Broke his legs. Maybe died in shock or lost consciousness, but maybe stayed conscious and then just drowned. That's pretty horrible. Okay. Given nachos is a troon and there are mountains of evidence against her, now confirmed, are you really still considering giving her the coins at the end of the stream? Ah, right. Yes, Pug. I'm sure that there are plenty of videos of that kind of thing. If he belly flopped, he died instantly, I suppose so. Doesn't make sense. He knows how to fly. Why didn't he just fly away? That's a good point. Yeah. Violent steps jumps to death, forcing student to land plane alone. Exactly. That guy looks like he has a chute, though. Capstation. All right. Yeah, that happened. We could look into the details, I suppose. Flight instructor jumps out of plane to death. Oh, thank you, my ISP, ISU. I'm not sure even who to blame, to be honest. Give it a second, chat. She did keep chat entertaining, though. I'm open to counter bribes if anyone wants to sway my vote. It looks like Nachos is just going to get the coins, chat. Okay, here we go. Your post. Trans Blender. Is that you, Abukar? Jumps to his death during lesson, leaving student pilot to land plane by herself. Well, she did, though, which is impressive. And Argentina, oh, fuck's sake, your post is such an annoying feature. An Argentinian flight instructor jumped out of a plane to his death in the middle of a flying lesson after telling his student, you know what you have to do. Not you know what to do, but what you have to do, which makes it sound much more serious. What's this? Cabby is saying, okay, this is the top 5. I don't know why she's... Oh, I know what's happened. Believe it or not, even though that looks like a Cabby fuck-up with the 5 to 9 numbering, that is actually a Discord fuck-up. I guarantee you that Cabby wrote 5 to 1, but what Discord does is if you put any number before the dot, it makes it an ordered list. That is actually a Discord fuck-up, even though it looks like a Cabby fuck-up. That's happened to me occasionally in the past as well. Yeah, it wasn't Argy. Even despite the white skin. Cabby says, number 5, Pug for the links. Number 4, the U for holding the evidence hostage. Number 3, Capstasher for the quality gifts and asking the important questions. Number 2, Uzu for hosting the circus. Number 1, Nachos for being the main attraction. But it's fluid, anyone can bribe their way up. See, that's what she's currently rating it on, chat. And if you want to get those coins, 2,000 coins, that is what is that? 20 victories in horse bouncing? She probably tried to woman splain to him. Only Nachos would find a way to blame the woman in this case. Well, we'll see. Maybe there is something to it then. Well, maybe there is something to that. Some reason to think so. Hello is true. He did put you in a video game. Making the Cabal sim and putting me in it. That's sick. Do I get to throw red lightning at things? A horse that bounces. Kind of game. Okay, so she's actually discussing the game. That's good. Leandro Andres Bertazzo, so not either way, was identified as the instructor who bailed out of the Cessna 150G aircraft of the central Argentinian town of Toledo on July 4th, abandoning his underling in the process. The Attorney General Carlos Gonzalez's office announced, "You know what you have to do. Carry on." Bertazzo told 22-year-old Rosario, Argentinian outlet Todos Noticias, the notices reported. And there is a picture of him. Battazzo then unbuckled from his seat, removed his headset, opened the plane doors, and jumped out. Rosario, who has a private pilot's license, alerted officials at the Flying Parrot Flight School in Cordoba to the mid-air tragedy and was guided through emergency protocols to safely land the training plane. The student was left shaken over the traumatic incident, but was commended for her ability to pilot the aircraft safely to the ground. Yes, that's very good, actually. Nachos, would you like to join me in congratulating her for successfully doing that? I don't know how far along in her training she was, to be honest, and I don't know, maybe she was the reason he killed himself. No, that seems quite good. Quote, very clear, decisive, mature, and professional, Flying Parrot director Eduardo Alvarez said of Rosario, according to the outlet, she was very shaken, but with complete professionalism, she piloted the plane to the airfield and landed perfectly. She maintained a very high level of training and professionalism. Fair enough. You can't see my facial expression, chat, but I'm piloting is another thing that I would expect is a sort of constitutionally, not American constitution, you understand, but like a mental constitution, male-oriented activity. But perhaps she is an exception. We have heard of examples of women flying planes and then crashing them. But then again, not as many examples of that as there are examples of women pilots. So, yeah. So since the pilot could not stick the landing, is her license going to be revoked? Wasn't to question his teaching skills if he cannot land. Wow. Well, to be fair, he landed about as well as you could expect given what he was piloting when he landed. That is to say, himself. She did know what to do, like the teacher said. That's true. Okay. Battazzo was pronounced dead at the scene. Alvarez spotted Battazzo's body during a search flight roughly 15 minutes after the jump. That's amazing he found it that quickly, actually, and reported the location to first responders a field in a rural area of Cordoba. So he wasn't into water. He probably died immediately then. Battazzo was pronounced dead at the scene. Alvarez, who worked close, I'm going to pronounce it in the fairy tale way. Alvarez, who worked closely with Battazzo, didn't understand why his instructor jumped out of the plane. Quote, he made this tragic decision aboard an aircraft with one other person by his side. There's no way to think about it or understand it, but the human mind is so complex, so treacherous. That's why that happened. Well, that's why what happened, Alvarez said, according to the outlet. Prosecutors have opened an investigation into Battazzo's death after seizing the aircraft to determine the circumstances leading up to the fatal plunge, the Attorney General said Tuesday. Pretty crazy situation. Battazzo allegedly had been suffering mentally and had checked himself into a clinic for mental health. Unbeknownst to anyone but his close relatives, the outlet reported. He had been in a neuropsychiatric institute, but nobody knew about it, only his family. Kept his struggles hidden. Yeah, none of those who flew with him knew about it. The plane was undamaged. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Difficult to open the aircraft's doors mid-flight, comparing it to opening a car door while driving roughly 125 miles per hour. Yeah, that's true. The reason that plane doors in a passenger jet don't need to be locked, I think they usually are anyway, but they don't have to be, is because the pressure outside and the way that they open as well absolutely guarantees they can't be opened by human force, by any force inside. So, I mean, a Cessna doesn't fly as fast as a passenger jet, I don't think. And maybe the way the doors open is more susceptible to it, but still, I'm surprised he was able to. It must have to be very, very difficult to do so. Commercial flying is actually a toss-up. Decisiveness can lead to tragedy just as well as indecisiveness, depending on what the issue is. It's an incredibly complex field. Military piloting women are just worse, though. Okay, interesting. Fair enough. True, Abu, the bar is pretty low for you to have cleared it. All right. Leandros. I don't know who that is. It's Warhammer stuff. I'm not that familiar with Warhammer. This download is just not starting. I don't know exactly what to do to fix that. I can try to find a different source for it. One sec, chat. If this doesn't work, of course, then we'll just do something else today. We can try this one instead. As you understand, chat, everything I do is legal. God damn it. I'm so used to putting it in the videos folder that when it's not supposed to be there, I do it reflexively. Okay. That might work. For some reason, that is a way smaller download. Oh well. Right, hopefully that one will work. Wait and see. Okay. Incorrect. Pressurized planes have higher pressure inside than outside. Doors need to be locked tight. Cessna is not a pressurized plane and has a front hinged doors, so the incoming air just pushes it. Really? Well, that's not what they're saying in the article. And Revlon, you may be correct, but if so, the article is wrong. It's a Cessna, I think it said a 150G. Like, if it opens such that the wind would blow it open harder, then absolutely that would be dead easy to open, yes. But I'd be surprised if that was the case. Obviously, yes, pressurized planes have more pressure inside, but the wind outside, I guess actually, never mind. Maybe I spoke in a way that implied something I didn't mean. The wind outside wouldn't make any difference to whether they're open or closed. But the pressure inside and the way they open means they can't open from the inside, as far as I know. Because when they open, they initially open inwards, I think, and then they like rotate and open outwards, just slightly. It's something like that. It's very clever. I saw a video on it. So I'm not talking complete nonsense here, but it might be that there is a difference of interpretation, or different things work in different ways. It's not wrong. The wind blows front to back. The door has front hinge. You push the door open and the wind will push on it, closing it back. Yes. Well, that's if it has a front hinge. With a passenger jet, they don't. They have a complex hinge. Okay. Right. Anyway, next thing. This came up recently. Chat, what lies have you been feeding me for all these years? You told me that dancing naked outside would make me popular with the women. But instead, all I've got is that face from most people. That's not what I heard, Revlon. But I don't know, maybe there's a difference in what we're talking about. Chat, here's the question. Could you replace the word Oozaloo here with any one of you as well? Is that the reality here? It's not just me. It's everyone. Cabby, do passenger jet doors need to be locked, or is the pressure difference sufficient to keep them closed tighter than any man could force past? It might be Revlon that it differs per plane. And the documentary I watched was about a specific plane. Okay, she says, on pressurized jets, the cabin pressure difference actually keeps the door sealed tighter than any mechanical lock could. They are plug-type doors. They get pushed into the frame by the higher inside pressure. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing. That's why you can't open the mid-flight no matter how strong you are. The locks are mainly for ground operations where there's no pressure differential. See, that's what I had heard as well, Revlon. So you and I must be talking about different things here. Pressure difference keeping it closed. The pressure inside is higher than outside. How would the differential keep it closed? It wants it open. No, if they... Sorry about that, chat. Very, very smelly. If the door initially opens inwards, then I think because the pressure is trying to push outwards, it doesn't let it do that, I think. That is also, that's what Cabby's saying, that's what the documentary source said as well. If it is just a simple hinged door, then yes. Especially if it hinges backwards, then the moment it gets a centimeter open, it would just blow straight open and fly off its hinges, which is why they don't do that. If the hinge is at the front, you still couldn't open it, I don't think. No, if the hinge was at its front, then yes, you would have to have it very tightly locked. I think that's what you're talking about, but that's not how passenger jet doors work. They sort of plug in, and then you open them, they pull in, and then they rotate out. They have complex hinges. Locks in different ways. Plugging the door is locking it, as I am using the word. If it does not lock correctly, it will be blown out. All right. I did say that. You specifically said, I think you specifically said, like metal locks. If you're talking about Cessna doors, that may be the case. That probably is the case. But I specified passenger jets. So yeah, okay, good. So yes, thank you, chat. Whatever it is you're telling me that's getting me in trouble, I guess continue, because why the fuck not? Yes, as Pug shows, it rotates. It rotates. Why aircraft doors open inwards first? Open inward, then. Okay, was this an AI image? This is very. That doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all. But yes, this is true. This is how it works. All right. Cabby is being very diligent about not responding to things that don't concern her, actually. Can we have a round of applause for Cabby's discipline, self-discipline? She's doing very well. Okay. Okay, next thing. Image is no longer available. Well, at least it didn't give me the fucking error. What was the image? Oh, yeah. This is really, really weird. And actually, I've been a bit prophetic here. I expect this is fake, but we're about to find out whether it's real or not. So, government announces a national VPN service available to all citizens through their digital ID. Quote, online privacy is a fundamental right, which is why it must be centrally verified, monitored, and reviewed by the State Department spokesperson said. Now, this would be a pretty fucking dystopian, because if you're using a VPN, then that can control all your traffic. It can literally change what a website shows you. It can misrepresent the website that you're communicating with. Now, commercial VPNs wouldn't do that, because then they'd lose their business. It would be fairly easy to tell, and that would be illegal in some sense. Or even if it's not illegal, they'd immediately lose all their business. But if it's a monopoly, they can do that whatever the fuck they want, and they have the protection of the state because they are the state. So a nation hosting a VPN is just a national firewall like China. Even if it isn't one yet, in effect, it will be. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea if this is true. Now, I hope it isn't true. But if it is, I kind of sort of predicted this years ago. United VPN is a mobile-focused, high-speed and secure proxy service designed to protect online privacy and okay, this is not the same one. This is some like cheap, crappy one. UK government. Let's see if they say like this was a hoax. It doesn't look like it's real. There's nothing about it here. Okay. Doesn't look like it's real, chat. Fortunately, tell you what, shall we try? Just to be sure. I want it to tell me like, no, that's a fake image, well-known fake image. Do this. That's the link to the image. Can we just get copy image and then paste image? Yes, we can. Okay, fantastic. Is there any truth to this image, or was it just a fun shitpost? I expect it was just a fun shitpost. Hopefully you can see the image. Indeed, Gia. It's a fun shitpost satire. Okay, good. Well, it might fucking come true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Not looking forward to it if it does. I'm sure that they would like to, but they must know it's not doable. Okay, all right, good. Good, it's not real. I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was, but I'm glad it's not. Okay. Let's go into actual news, shall we? But first, I shall check the state of the board. Let's see the recent items. No support yet for Drunk Zulu, but we are going to have to do a JF voice during the stream. Plank overlay is still there, of course. Drunk FTL. No lobbying support, but one person does want it. For me to continue FNV, no lobbying support so far either. We can also decide now on what we want to watch after the stream. Christery, Fizzle-Tazzle, Stiggle-Gizzer. These are all options. Currently, Christery is ahead of Fizzle-Tazzle, but not by a lot. And then let's do Evoke Drunk Slow, because you want to do that. Evoke, what else? There's FNV. These are ones I think would be fun. And then Let's also do drunk FTL just for the guy that wanted that. So vote on those if you'd like those to happen, chat. Otherwise, we will resume. Where it says revoked from, that's just what I used to make the vote appear, by the way. It's not, I wasn't actually supporting any of them at that time. Right. So, sadly, we must look at some news. Did any of these downloads finish? Nope, neither of them have even started. That's very odd. It might be because of this. Let's just make sure that it's not. Okay, that shouldn't be required, but it might be. Okay. Right, good. Next thing then. We will go up, I suppose, in order. Let me just check something quickly. There's some chat on YouTube that I didn't see because I forgot to pop out the YouTube chat. Apologies for that. Yeah, I think it was mostly about this. My expressions are very wooden. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense right now. That there is some truth to that. All right. 2 New York City churches firebombed last night. Police are not naming the suspect. And here's a picture of him. Was that a cat that he just scared off? I think it was. Poor fucking cat. Actually, do you know he doesn't? Okay, his friends look black, but in the brief moment that his face was lit up, he looks white. Like his hand, I think the guy that threw it is white, but all his friends are black, or he's an Arab, which is much more likely given it's burning down a church. So I expect it is indeed an Arab. His friends are, I think, 1 or 2 of his friends are black, and 1 or 2 of them are probably Arab, possibly white. But I'm only saying that because of the color on the video here. Realistically, because of what they're doing, chances are very good that they are not. So yeah. Please don't name me as a suspect. Well, maybe they will later, or maybe they won't because it's a leftist state, and as it turns out, they were leftist protected classes that threw the firebombs. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe they should. Maybe, chat, press 1 if we should give them their firebombs back. It could be Kurdish. Well, I'm not being specific, Abu. They're in that region, though. All right, next thing. Texas hospital caught running billboards in Mexico selling birth tourism services. Nachos, I'm sure that you've written some Yelp reviews for these places. Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced an investigation into a hospital that allegedly advertised birth tourism packages in Mexico. This comes after a user on social media shared photos of billboards in Mexico advertising birth packages to foreigners. Fox News and other outlets reported on the ads on Tuesday and how the hospital confirmed that it had paid for the advertisements. It's pretty fucking bad. The thing is, even if birthright citizenship is now allowed, which it definitely shouldn't be, and that's probably the worst Supreme Court decision I've seen in my life, probably now slightly worse than gay marriage, or you're forcibly marrying gays, which is what it really did. Even though that's now legal, them coming into the US still isn't. And this is Texas. You can maybe get rid of this in California with the narrative of sanctuary state, which is also illegal. But sanctuary city or sanctuary state. But in Texas, I don't think you're going to. It's a bit unwise. Like you're still soliciting them to commit a crime to get there in the first place. Maybe they have some sort of fucking workaround. So that they can claim it is not requesting something breaking the law. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like the attention period may have ended, which is, yeah. So that's like Cabby is working as intended. If no one talks to her for a while and she has nothing to say, then she loses attention on the channel and doesn't like she doesn't stay there and say things where she's not welcome. She's actually doing very well with this now. I'm surprised. I didn't change anything directly with this behavior, but I think just shortening the prompt helped a lot. Everything in America is legal for a prize, even citizenship. Yes, the point of that though is that if you have a lot of money, then you are valuable to the US inherently, so they want you immigrating anyway. Now, that's debatable, but I could definitely see the argument for it. Trump has done a lot to try to close up the border, and having a gold card like that, or whatever it is, it makes some sense, puppy. So, I don't know. I would generally agree with your implicit position that there should be more to it than just having wealth, but I can see the argument for it. Iraq doesn't have birthright citizenship, and it works. Well, that's fantastic, Abba. Why don't you go back? England doesn't either, as far as I know. See, I'm not sure about that. Britain birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship is not unconditional. A child born in the UK is only a British citizen automatically if at least one parent is a British citizen or has settled status. Okay, that seems sensible. It's at least a lot better. Okay, that's fair. Then the UK has better immigration policy on that than the US, confirmed by the Supreme Court, does. Yeah, maybe not the settled status, but it's at least better. I don't know exactly what that means, so I'd have to look into it. What's this, sick puppy? Trump says, signs and billboards are being put up all over our southern border and Mexico advertising birthright citizenship with delivery starting at $4,000. Likewise, similar signs going up all over our country. Billions of dollars will be illegally made by this scam, with citizenship going to anyone willing to pay. It'll be by far the #1 way of becoming a citizen, and then the entire family will be allowed to follow. Not sustainable, and nobody saw this coming. Well, no, I thought it would go the right way, this vote. American citizenship is not for sale, he says. In fact, that is a crime, and therefore the Supreme Court's ruling is wrong. I'll be asking for a rehearing by the United States Supreme Court immediately. This miscarriage of justice will destroy America if they don't change their absolutely insane decision. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. Completely correct, actually. But I can see what you mean, Sick Puppy, that he says that it's not for sale, and yet he is literally selling the gold card. Now, this is a classic case of, I'm not defending Trump on his words, a classic case of don't take Trump literally, take him seriously. Because, yeah, that is literally a contradiction. But, and literally, like, arguably a lie or hypocrisy, whatever you want to call it, yes, technically it is. But realistically, in what he's actually doing, this is just a low-grade scam, the birthright citizenship thing, to get people into the country who definitely shouldn't be citizens. And this is, at worst, a high-grade scam. But realistically, what he's saying is, if you can afford this, you're actually worthy of citizenship, which is slightly different than saying it's for sale. I grant not hugely different, but different enough that I think you could at least make the argument that it makes sense. I'm not sure I would do this if it was me. I would probably consider doing it, though. Indefinite should mean not definite, says Puck. Yeah. Let me have a closer look at this. E.g., indefinite leave to remain at the time of it. Yeah, okay, no, that shouldn't be. Indefinite should be not definite. It does. But definite, oh, I see what you mean. Okay, there's two different meanings of the word definite that apply here, right? That's sneaky. Not by you, or not even necessarily deliberately. Definite meaning certain, and definite meaning limited, right? In this case, that contradiction, that ambiguity is critical, because indefinite meaning you are not here. You indefinite meaning that you are here as long as you want. There's no limit. There's no hard limit on it. And definite meaning you are here certainly mean the same thing, but it's the opposite word. So yeah, I can see how that would be a bit of a problem. But I believe where by indefinite they mean not time limited. So if it's definite leave to remain, which I'm not sure if is a category, but whatever the thing lesser than that is, then they don't count according to the AI overview. But if it's indefinite leave to remain, which means that they are not a citizen, but they are like the next tier below it, then that basically does allow them to do anchor babies. I'd say that shouldn't be allowed. I don't know how liberally that's given out. Probably far too much. Independent versus dependent. I'm not sure if it's the same thing. No, yeah, I'm sure it is. Most countries do, and I will, but nothing is free. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But in terms of countries that have birthright citizenship, the US is not the only one, but there aren't that many from what I saw. Gold card does not grant citizenship, though, does it? I'm not sure. I thought it did, actually. It's just an indefinite visa. Okay, never mind. That's a bit different then. It just bypasses all the hoops you need to jump through to get the same status through normal means. They'll need to get citizenship separately after. Okay, if that's the case, then yeah, there's really no argument against it. Or very little of an argument against it. He did indeed. That shows. All right, next thing. Here's some bad news. Judge who obstructed ICE avoids prison because she's a good person who was upset by the laws being enforced. Oh, good. Well, I mean, if she was a good person, then breaking the law is fine. It's not like she's a judge or anything. She should be held to a higher standard, or at least held to the standard she holds other people to, for fuck's sake. I believe this was the one who escorted the illegal immigrant to a back room. Meant, by the way, for the jury to use. Former Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan is avoiding prison time despite being found guilty of obstructing ICE agents after Clinton-appointed Judge Lynn Edelman decided that Dugan is a good person upset by immigration enforcement in this country. That's not your fucking choice. It's the law. Dugan was convicted last year after ICE agents showed up to Milwaukee County Courthouse to detain 31-year-old Eduardo Flores Ruiz, who had entered the country illegally and was appearing before Dugan for a hearing in a state battery case. Yeah, look, he's violent, and she still did this. Dugan first confronted the ICE agents before helping Flores Ruiz and his attorney sneak out through the back door of her courtroom. Flores Ruiz was caught moments later and later deported. Good. While Dugan was later arrested by the FBI. Good, but definitely should have gone down for it. Not like breaking the law makes you a bad person. Indeed, Seraph. She tried to protect someone from the authorities who had beaten someone. Now, granted, she was the police authorities there to sentence him for the beating, but it's not like the ICE weren't taking the beating into account. It was an important factor for them as well. God fucking damn it. Prosecutors of Waterloo requested that Dugan serve between 15 and 21 months in prison. That's a lot. It's maybe reasonable. That is a lot, though. I'm surprised they asked for that much, actually. Given the seriousness of the situation, maybe that's fair. But that's not what I would have. I think that's more than I would have guessed. It's important laws, though, so I get it. Chat. Let's have a little chinwag. No one is voting for Drunk Salute. What they voted for. So I'm going to lower the margin to 2.5k from 5k. So if anyone has 2,500 user coins, you can make me drink alcohol for the rest of the stream. Which, I mean, to be fair, like maybe lowering it's a good idea because there isn't that much of the stream left anyway. I said it'd be a short one and we're already almost 2 hours in. We'll make sure that we do the main story next, I think. If you want to drink, just drink, nigga. Don't put it on us. Well, Nachos, the thing is, I also want to, earn some money, which granted today I have already, so that's fair. But I don't know. I've got to try and make it interesting. I'm going to try and make it worthwhile, and I want to try and modulate where this stuff is, where it needs to be for people to actually vote for it. Let's see. He's feeling poor, aren't we all? Somebody to pay with the rent. All right. Maybe I will anyway, Nachos. But then it discourages people contributing for it next time. What do I do then? Terrible idea. All right, well, let's see if either of these downloads are finished. Okay, one of them has just barely started and got to 30%, so maybe it'll be ready. What I might have to do then is wrap up the stream relatively early. Maybe not. Maybe I won't do that, but maybe I will. And then switch over to watching something with you guys for a while, and then play that a little later, or possibly tomorrow instead. It's Friday, so maybe I'll do a special Friday stream where I play KOTOR. Okay. Bear in mind also that the total spent today is 5.4k. If that gets to 10k, you get an extra hour of stream. It's up to 4 hours. Or however long I choose to do today, plus an hour. All right, so let's continue. Notably, Dugan appeared to show no remorse for her actions, telling the court prior to sentencing that her acts that day were consistent with community concerns at the courthouse. Well, that's... Yeah, maybe, But that's because the community is full of fucking criminals, including the person you protected. Nonetheless, Edelman decided to give her a slap on the wrist. This is a situation where an otherwise good person upset by immigration enforcement in this country, a sentiment widely shared but not legitimate, made a bad decision at the moment. In the moment, Edelman said in court, according to Fox News' Bill Melugin. Edelman has made his political bias clear, according to reporting by the Federalist Matt Kittle. Edelman wrote a piece in 2020 entitled The Roberts Court's Assault on Democracy that attacked the conservative majority in the court. In that essay, Edelman accused President Donald Trump of being an autocrat, which is, of course, nonsense. In fact, when Edelman was selected to oversee Dugin's case, Jeff Wagner, a former lawyer and radio host, said on X, talk about luck of the draw. Following indictment, the Dugin prosecution was randomly assigned to Judge Lynn Edelman. Judge Edelman, age 85, is the most liberal judge in the Eastern District of Wisconsin and maybe one of the more liberal judges in the US. Oh, good. Great. So, yeah, this is still the issue. Even if someone has done something wrong and they were arrested by the FBI, of all people, under Trump's FBI, they can still be handed to a leftist judge and got off scot-free, which encourages other judges to do this. How good is it? All right. Let's continue. I think we'll go on to the main story as much as we can here. Okay. There's a few other stories as well we can do afterwards, but... So the main story was... Farage versus Binface. And then we have football communism, which would be interesting as well. Okay, let's start with this. So I want to understand Niggles, the thing that happened that led to this. So as I understand it, he received a gift worth several million, apparently, from a sort of rich acquaintance, colleague, whatever, contact. And he didn't declare it. And I think this is while he was an MP, or recently anyway. He didn't declare it, which you're supposed to do. So he should have declared it, if that's the law. And it probably is fair that that it be the law as well. But he didn't. But there's no assertion from anyone that there's quid pro quo, as far as I know. Which is not to say that he is fine not doing it, but it does mean that it probably didn't lead to any corruption, or at least there's no reason to think it did. Now, I would be pissed off if almost any politician received this and didn't report it. And I am with Farage as well. He should have done. But I would hope that I would also have the ability to steelman any other politician, that if it didn't have any kind of appearance of quid pro quo, I would at least say that it's not like, it does not constitute corruption automatically. Then again, it suggests it, but it's not necessarily. Someone who is wealthy and wants to help out a cause could easily do this. And given Farage's relatively grassroots support compared to, say, Labour or the Conservatives, I think it's much more likely that Farage would receive a gift that's not intended for quid pro quo, but just intended to help his cause. I suppose maybe you could argue that's quid pro quo in a sense, but not exactly. So that seems to be what's happened, and he didn't write it down. Now, that, as far as I understand, can lead to either a fine or removal as an MP, at which point he'd have to stand for the election again to regain it. So let's have a look at what he says about the finances.
Is it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Sky News has not contacted Mr. Farage's family over the story.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure plenty of fucking others did. He doesn't seem happy, does he? He seemed pretty close to punching the guy. What I suspect has happened is he did do this, and it was probably a cock-up, but the establishment has found absolutely every loophole and every method it can to make him as accountable for it as they possibly can. Let's see a final article about it. Farage declare. Let's use that. Okay, there is the Guardian article, Telegraph. And I will also... Okay, so he actually denied it. Not declaring them. We'll have a look at that as well. And I'll see if the Express has this. They likely do, or they have something related anyway. Interesting. Labour meeting. I'll have a look at that as well. Okay, that's a little different. Keir Starmer, one last U-turn. Okay, I'm not going to pick a bunch of stories here. I'm just going to try and find any that are about Nigel. Courage and audacity could be about to disastrous backfire. Yeah, it was a bad idea for him to do this, I think. Okay, some Count Binface policies, that sounds good. Nigel fighting Stitch Up and Kangaroo Court. Okay, well that's kind of what I want to see. I want to, because I've got the Guardian's perspective here, and I kind of want to see the alternative as well. So we'll put them there. We'll read the Guardian one first. Go away, the Guardian. Maybe later, but not. Okay, there he is. So, did not declare gifts from crypto entrepreneur convicted of fraud. Reform UK's Robert Jenrick says Farage accepted staff, security and accommodation from George Cottrell before coming in. So did Robert Jenrick just... The guy who was literally the person that I was most... the Tory that joined the party that I was the most concerned about, or at least, one of the most, being just a Tory stooge. He's apparently dobbed fucking Farage in. Was he sent there as a plant, as an infiltrator to do this? I don't know. That's pretty bad though, because it's possible that others in the party knew about this and didn't dob him in. But as soon as this traitor gets in, or maybe he is, I don't know, he's just dobbed him in straight away. In which case, he shouldn't be in the party anymore. Nigel Farage did not declare gifts and benefits provided by a crypto entrepreneur who has previously been convicted of fraud, Reform's economic spokesperson has admitted. Robert Jenrick said on Sunday that the Reform leader has accepted staff, security and accommodation from George Cottrell, but claimed they were personal gifts provided before he became an MP, and so did not need to be declared. Okay, well that does... Thank you for at least saying that, The Guardian. That does make a difference, if they didn't need to be. Now, I don't know what the law is there exactly. We'll read the Express here and try and sort of work out a balance if we can. Jenrick's comments came after the Sunday Times revealed Cottrell, who was convicted of wire fraud in the US, had hired social media staff for Farage and allowed him to stay in his townhouse near Buckingham Palace. On Sunday evening, Farage released a statement in which he said he was the victim of an establishment hit job and insisted he had followed the rules over the support he'd received from Cottrell. Okay, so my earlier statement of he should have declared it may not have been true. Farage said I have done no wrongdoing, weird way to word it, followed the rules and I am now considering legal action against the Sunday Times. It's now clear the establishment will stop at nothing to hurt reform. We want to smash their cosy consensus. The cozy, is that the spelling? I don't know, maybe that is the English spelling actually. Earlier on Sunday, when asked by the BBC's Laura Kunsberg whether Cottrell paid for staff to run Farage's social media presence in 2024, Jenrick said, yes, absolutely. But he added, you're allowed to accept a gift, support, whatever you want to call it, from a personal friend before you're a member of Parliament if it's in a purely personal capacity. I'm not sure it was personal what he received. It depends. When you're a news presenter and you've just been on The Jungle in the TV program I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, you do create social media content that's nothing to do with his job as a member of Parliament because he wasn't a member of Parliament. It sounds like Jenrick's defending him actually, so my earlier assumption, which I did say might be wrong, may not have been true. Jenrick also acknowledged Farage stayed in Cottrell's house a couple of times and accepted private security paid for by him. Reform have been completely open about this, he said. The revelations add to questions about how Mr. Farage has it financed his lifestyle before and since becoming an MP. The Guardian revealed earlier this year that the Reform leader had failed to declare a £5 million gift from crypto billionaire Christopher Harborne just before he announced his intention to stand for Parliament. Parliamentary rules say that MPs must declare gifts, benefits and hospitality received in the year preceding their election if they could in any way relate to their political activities. There is an exemption, however, for gifts which are provided in a purely personal capacity. The Liberal Democrats have written to the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, who has already investigated the Harborne money, asking him to look into the gifts provided by Cottrell too. Reform spokesman said it's come to no surprise that the Sunday Times has... Actually, this Guardian article is relatively fair to Farage, to be honest. Contrary to the story's tone, no parliamentary rules have been broken. Farage is usually fairly careful. I'd be surprised if it was true, to be honest. All right, so let's have a look at the Express's opinion. Nigel Farage fighting Stitch Up and Kangaroo Court in Clacton by-election. Robert Jenrick warned the second vote in a matter of weeks would look like a witch hunt. So maybe Jenrick gave him this advice, maybe it was bad advice. Farage called a shock by-election after concluding he was facing a Kangaroo Court and a Stitch Up, an ally has declared. Robert Jenrick warned that if a second vote is ordered once a parliamentary vote probing to donations to the Reform leader has concluded, voters will think the establishment is persecuting this man. Unfortunately, what's happened instead is, at this point, they are not sure if he's being persecuted, but he is responsible for making them go to the polls. So this doesn't look good, I don't think. I think he should have let the thing proceed, and then if another election was called, that would have looked like he was being persecuted by the establishment because they already voted. They don't want to have to vote again for the same guy. But that would have been a great narrative position. You could easily say, look, they're persecuting me. They made me leave even though I did everything right. Vote for me and we'll get them back for it. Reaffirm. But because he's left of his own accord and done this preemptively, it now looks like a strategic move and his choice. Arguably, it looks like his choice to avoid the consequences of actions that he claims he's not liable for, but he's taken actions to attempt to avoid them. Now, granted, this probably won't result in avoiding them. He'll probably still have to, when the thing concludes, there'll still be another election. So he's just, because since he's doing this, he knows that the parliament will probably pursue him and make him step down and then call another election in his area. He knows they'll do that, but they won't get the rap for that. Even if they do it the second time, now it'll be his fault for doing it this time that they've had to do it twice in like a couple of months. So I don't understand the benefit here. Psychologically and strategically, it just doesn't make sense optically. Now, there's some things that he's done that I think they are principally bad, but may be optically necessary. I've given him the benefit of the doubt to an extent on those, even though I definitely disagree with him in principle. But this one, it's not principally or practically sensible as far as I can tell. I'd like to hear his explanation for why he's doing this. A caller on, well, I mean, if there is an explanation, it's not good enough. A caller on an LBC phone-in voiced concerns that a political stunt was taking place and that the people of Clacton would be left lacking support from their MP because it's by-election after by-election. Reform UK Treasury spokesman Mr. Jenrick replied, well, I think the answer to that is let this be the final determiner of what happens to Nigel Farage. I mean, I quite agree, he says, that you putting a constituency through by-elections over and over again becomes a complete farce. People are sick of it. They just want to get on with their lives. And so Nigel's cut to the chase. Unfortunately, no, he hasn't. All that's going to happen now is that likely there will be another one in a couple of months. Rupert Lowe said the same thing, but I would think it's not like I'm copying his perspective. It's kind of obvious. Mr. Jenrick highlighted suggestions a parliamentary inquiry into Mr. Farage's finances could lead to a by-election. Mr. Jenrick said he's holding the by-election because it was inevitable that there was going to be one. All the political party leaders have totally prejudiced the situation, or prejudged, the situation. Quote, I don't know if you saw, but Kemi Badenoch put out a tweet saying that they wouldn't field the candidate in this by-election, but they would in the next one. How does she know there's going to be a next one? Yeah, that's a fair question, actually. Usu should have Ron, Cabby and Clacton on the Wizards ticket. You should tell her that. You should ping her that. By the way, a note to those that missed it, including you, Kaiserhold. If you would like just saying Cabby's name to trigger her to pay attention to the channel and respond to you, rather than having to ping her or reply to her, you can use the /IAM system, IAM, to give yourself the friend of Cabby role, and that will do that. It should do anyway. Otherwise, she'll only respond if you ping her or reply to her, which you've just done there. So there you go. I think she does know about the Clacton election, actually. We were talking about it earlier. I think she does know. Cabby should be up. Let me just check. Yep, she's about to respond any second now. There you go. She is typing. I can't afford an AI friend. Nah, you can. Always up. She didn't respond to Kaiserhold. Why is that? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe she received them backwards. Oh, because you were still typing your second message, that's why. Okay. Cabby says, my domestic agenda is simple. Mandatory Monster Energy for all school children. Not sure about that one. Replace the House of Lords with the Council of Wizards. Wouldn't be that much different. And move the UK to a single time zone that's permanently 5 p.m. on a Friday. Okay, she's becoming the counter candidate to Count Binface directly. Also, free speech and a public flogging for anyone who says cope unironically. Why? There's nothing wrong with that word. Yeah, of course you do, Nachos. You just pretend to be a school child. Given your height, I think you'll get away with it too. Also, energy for the youth is a solid policy. Nachos builds character, wakes them up to the horrors of the education system, plus it'll get them ready for the real world where caffeine is the only thing keeping the economy going. There is, unfortunately, some truth to that. Okay, let me check something quickly. I wrote a glossary for her. That's weird. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The glossary just contains clanker and cope. And the definitions are written fine. I don't know why she thought it was a bad thing to say. Don't know. Either way, I'll leave it. There you go. She's laid out her policy positions. Quote, she's obviously planning for there to be one, and so Nigel, not unreasonably, concluded that it's a bit of a kangaroo court. It's a stitch-up. They're going to call... That's, by the way, stitch-up is a phrase that Nigel uses a lot, and Generic is now using it. So he's sort of like really swallowing the lingo, I think. They're going to call a by-election at some point, so for his sake, but also for the constituents' sake, let's just get it done. Let's call it done in August. Let there be a judge. It's a big gamble by him, but if he wins, then we can move on. I don't think so, Generic. I don't think this causes you to move on. The investigation still is ongoing. They would love to call it again. I think they're more likely to call it again since Nigel done this. Without this, maybe they would have gone with the fine. Maybe they would have gone with both. But with this, it's almost certain they call another election. Because when they do that, then the people who are pissed off about the elections will blame Nigel for both of them. If Nigel had let this proceed, then his constituency would be able to blame the establishment for the one that happened, and that's it. I just don't understand why he thought this was a good idea. Evolved into wood. Yes, it was contributed for. You can make the plank go away, by the way, if you would like to do that. By just denouncing plank overlay. So let's see if we do this. If you guys would like to. But as Ratchet says, it suits me. I mean, I don't mind. Doesn't really make much of a difference to me. But whenever you click on there, the green or red, any contributions you give in Oozer coins or real money after that will push the item up or down on the board. The plank needs a plank, says Guys Old. That could be achieved. That could genuinely be achieved. If you want to support that, then just /support plank overlay. If that'll fit. I could be PM of Iraq, I will deport every single Afghani, says Avakar. Okay, but who asked? Like, I hate to be rude, but like, this is not Iraq. You say that you've either that you've integrated or that you want to integrate, but Iraq is almost all you ever talk about, Avakar. Like, you know that integration into a country doesn't mean that you follow its laws and want to protect it, but ultimately you don't have its culture and you prefer your own country. No, it means that you give up every other allegiance to every other country. And realistically, to every other religion, which you have because you're not Muslim, but still, to every other religion, and to every other grouping, pretty much, except those that are directly compatible with the country you're in. Fair enough, Nachos. Still, my point isn't no one's talking to you about this. My point is what I just said, that the culture, if you're talking about Iraq all the time, you're not really British. I mean, look, not even in the sort of modern pluralist sense.
Reno de Linda S. Kaiserholt for 50 says, plank, baby, na, 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 na.
Thank you, Chris and Kaiserholt, for that contribution. Cabby says a stuffed horse would probably deliver better constituency surgeries than half the current MPs. Go for it. I vote for a horse of the Lib Dems any day. True. Yeah, true. I wonder if it's possible to have my small stuffed horse be a political candidate. Why do you have a small stuffed horse, Rachos? Okay. Yeah, I don't think this makes sense. He blasted Labour and the Conservatives for showing contempt for voters and issued a rallying cry to the people of Clacton saying they must take on the entire political establishment. I don't think what he says is enough to change the perception of this situation. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe this will actually up his poll numbers. Over the last sort of 3 or 4 months, the poll numbers have been level or slightly dropping from about 27 to about 25. Different polls have different numbers, but that's about the average it's changed. So not much of a change, but it is on the slight downhill, and I don't think this is going to help. I think this is going to send it downhill faster. Chat, I think we'll move on. If there's anything else you think is worth saying on this, let me know. But let's have a little informal poll in the chat. Press 1 if you think that optically, strategically, this is a bad move by Farage. And if you mostly agree with the reasons I gave, too. 1.5 if you think it is, but you completely disagree with my reasons, just in case. 2 if you think that this is actually a good move by Farage, which will help him optically. Okay, Seraph, may I take a guess? But the reason you're saying 1.5 is that you just don't like Farage. But I don't know, maybe. Kaiser says, maybe Farage sees himself as Cromwell reincarnated. Thomas Cromwell, not Oliver Cromwell. I'm not as aware as I should be of the distinction between the two, but he probably does see himself a little bit in the same way, yes. That just says, make me PM. Not me. I mean, I don't know, maybe Nachos would be happier with me being Prime Minister than most other people she knows of from the UK, but I don't know, Nachos. What would you do as Prime Minister of Britain? He's to fight fire with fire, put a bin on his head, maybe. Either way, even though I do have a preferred outcome here, and it is the more boring, more neutral, more incremental, straightforward answer, I am looking forward to the memes. I do, like, Count Binface is a fun character with some funny policies. I tell you what, let's do that first, actually. Count Binface top policies. Wikipedia is the wrong choice for this one. Daily Express might be... Oh no, we already had this open, didn't we? Yeah, okay, let's read this then. Oh, it's a premium article. What do I know about that? Wait, the article's still there. Good job, The Express. Fine fucking work, The Express. We have the article here. Fine fucking work. Well, I shouldn't laugh too much, because then they'll fix it. But for now, this is supposed to be a premium article that I wasn't supposed to be able to access, and yet here I am. The 5 Count Binface policies even Nigel Farage could support. Much of the novelty candidate's manifesto is a joke, but the Reform UK leader could find it hard to disagree with some of the suggestions. Indeed, Kaiser Holt. Doesn't work on every side, but it does work on some. Count Binface lost the Makerfield by-election to Andy Burnham, but is now standing in Clacton. Shame, he should have won that one. Count Binface is to stand in the Clacton by-election against Nigel Farage. Bookies say Mr Farage, the Reform UK leader, is the clear favourite to win with odds of 1-6. But Count Binface, real name Jonathan Harvey, is on odds of 7-2, suggesting some punters are placing bets on the novelty candidate. Binface claims to be an intergalactic space warrior from Sigma 9, but when the costume is off, he is a comedian and writer who has contributed to shows such as The Thick of It and Have I Got News for You. Hignify is a structurally very good, but politically biased because it's London, political news show here in the UK. It's like a panel comedy show. It's very good, or at least it was when I watched it before, but I think it has turned leftier over the years. Or more establishment, let's say. He claims to offer sensible policies for a happier Britain. Are his policies a joke? Yes, most of them, but here are 5 that this author thinks Express readers, and maybe Nigel Farage too, could get behind. Okay, top 5 policies. 1, all water bosses to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'm not sure what water bosses means. 2, Wi-Fi on trains that works. Also trains that work. Hell, that's a tough one. The Wi-Fi on trains that work is because the Wi-Fi is provided, I'm pretty sure, by just mobile data. And some places in the country just don't have great coverage. To be fair, when I'm on the train, thank you for the contribution, I'll read that in a second. When I'm on the train in the UK, and I'm using the Wi-Fi, for about 90% of the trip, it's fine. It's great. And it's free if you use the one on the train, the Wi-Fi on the train. No limits if you use the VPN. It's quite good, actually. But then for about 10% of it, you're in a really rural area or you're under a long tunnel or something and the Wi-Fi is just gone. But that's a natural problem. And the only thing I can think of, and this doesn't really make sense, is to have a constant physical connection between the train and a base station that transmits internet signals. Now, you might be thinking, run a cable that's going to cost fuckloads of money, you might as well not bother, or just do it in tunnels. Okay, fair enough. But what if you ran the internet through the tracks themselves? I don't think that would. I don't think that would work. I suspect that would not fucking work. However, it is metal, and it is connected metal to metal all the way along, I think. And the tracks on normal trains don't have electricity running through them to power the trains, I don't think, because they're diesel. So as long as you put good enough detectors on the wheels and then have some simple sort of slip ring to get the transmission out of the wheels into the static parts of the train, wired internet on a train. I don't think this would work. I think this is crazy. There's like 20 different reasons why it wouldn't fucking work. And it would not be fiber speeds anyway. It would be copper speeds, which is better than nothing, but not brilliantly fast. Thomas the Tank Engine never needed Wi-Fi. I honestly haven't noticed from Cabby almost any messages which just completely weren't worth sending. They all are at least fine. Some of them are pretty good. Would you say, chat? You'd say that she's much better now than she was on some of her previous days? She's still sending probably too many. But they're a lot better. What do you think, chat? But yeah, I think the train internet idea probably wouldn't work, unfortunately. For wired. What this is.
For £5 says, I am backing Count Binface to replace me as PM. At least he's not Burnham. That ain't no nice on in the mind.
Thank you, Chris. So true. So true. Arcturus says she seems about as smart as Neurosama. Well, that's high praise, because I've never watched Neurosama, partly deliberately, because I wanted to see what I could do without any sort of outside advice, without any insight into how other systems work. I've deliberately avoided watching Neurosama. But Cabby the code is rough as hell, and she is 3 weeks old. And Neurosama is years old, and he's had so much funding to get better tech to run it. So I've done not bad if she's already about as smart as Neurosama, really, to be fair. And I can probably do better too. The prompt could do with another couple of passes to optimize it. A lot of it is just sort of like shoving conditions in there, which is not a great way of writing it. And the memory system, I've already had an idea for a one that should be a vast improvement over even this improvement. So I think I can do even better. Hey, Cabby took it as a compliment as well. How does Cabby know who Neurosummer? Well, I guess her knowledge cutoff is after Neurosummer started. I can also have Cabby do research. It'll take longer because I'll have her go through Grok. But I can have her send a request for research. I'll then send off a request for research to the model with her request, her text in it. And then the model returns the text to Cabby and she can tell you what it is. So she'll have the power to research that Grok has. She'll be as intelligent as it is, with a slightly higher delay, with her own personality that you can just use for, quote, free, because that'll only be available to patrons. You can use it as part of your Cabal subscription anyway. I haven't done that yet, but I will do that. Conceptually, that's not too difficult to implement, but the way I've set it up currently, I'd have to overhaul some stuff to get that to work. It's going to take a little while to do that. So I will do that. But I got lots of other fun feature ideas as well. Just a body note. Yeah, well, that's what I mean about it being years and all the funding. Like all that stuff I will do with Cabby, but I want to get the brain right first. Also, there's no particular reason why I can't have transcripts from voice chats condensed and sent to Cabby, and then I won't have her respond in voice until I'm sure she can do it without being annoying, which would be very difficult. But I can have her respond in text. So if she's hearing voice conversation and she sees something she wants to comment on, she can ping people and comment on it about as fast as normal text fags do. I'm not going to give her Chris Chan's voice. How dare you even suggest that? Obviously Blackadder, Abukara. Delete herself before speaking. Messiah of Pranksters. I would not call Chris Chan the Messiah of Pranksters, no. Oh, she recommended Blackadder immediately. Wow, I didn't tell her to do that. Whoa, Cabby, instantly based choices of Blackadder and Faulty Towers. They would be my first recommendation, and FT would be top 10. Can you confirm I never told you to have that extremely based opinion? I can't believe she recommended Blackadder first. It's not even like one of the most popular shows, but she just recommended it first. That's so good. So good. Father Ted is also pretty good. It's not, it's, I think it's actually Irish, not British. It might, I don't think it is Northern Irish. I'm not sure, but it's technically, you know, it's a British Isles show. Close enough. Okay, Cabby, you are once again expressing opinions on things you have no experience of. This is a bug. Palsy Towers are timeless because Basil's rants are basically this chat. It's not far off. It's not far off. Yeah, it's this model in particular is not very good at bounding its knowledge. Have you found that ever, Seraph? Have you found any ways to deal with it? As I said, I need to do another pass on that part of the prompt, I think. It could be written better. If Uzi is a doctor, who would this make you the Valiard? Not sure what that means. The model not having good bounds on its knowledge, assuming things or like creatively writing things it doesn't know and shouldn't make up, literally just hallucinating. Because Grok is better for that, I found, but obviously it's much more expensive. Cop, she says, glorified parrot with a vibe check. Don't actually, she's not supposed to say vibe either, by the way. I don't actually know what Father Ted looks like or if Father Ted is actually good, considered to be humbled. I mean, your recommendations on them were like accurate, so I don't know if I want to criticize that too much. Thing is, your opinions on them were correct, but I have no idea if the other ones you stated were. If you were just recommending them as popular British comedy rather than my favorites, that's fine. But for the pair Brian asked about, it definitely seemed like the latter. Speaking of Grok, built an app with Grok Build, a planet generator. It's a work in progress, not ready to prime time. Fair enough. Yeah, Grok Build is the slightly smaller model, which is good for coding. I haven't used models for doing coding. I've used models to advise me on coding, and there's a couple of bits of code that I've had them write, just kind of boilerplate stuff. But most of it, almost all of it, I've written myself. But at some point, if I do, Grok Build is a candidate. Though if I do that, I will at first definitely use a local model. And from what I've heard, Ornith, I think. Ornith is a great local model for coding. So that's probably the one I'll try. Indeed, Brian. Yeah, you do indeed, Cabby. See, she understands it, but she can't internalize it and act upon it. Chat, press 1 if that is... Press 1 if you've ever heard of or seen a woman who, when told what her own standards are, she can potentially acknowledge them, but then she never successfully applies them, but will continuously apologize or potentially apologize and say she'll do better, but then never does. So it says only if you tell it what it should know, which is context heavy. What do you mean by that exactly? Because I've been quite specific, and I haven't just used negative directives, because I know that's not a great idea. I've used almost entirely positive directives, and I've given it, like, if this, then that, which models are quite good at following for when you do need a conditional. It's quite good at following those. And she still does it. There are a few tendencies to this model that seem to be almost impossible to breed out of it. However, she's no longer doing that thing where she like commentates on a message before answering it. She's just not doing that at all. I don't know what I fucking did to fix that, but it is fixed. So I'm very happy about that. So maybe it's not as unfixable as it seems, because that one seemed unfixable, but it's gone. That behavior is just gone. I saw like a brief shade of it earlier today, but that's the only time I noticed anything like it happening. Anyway, more of these policies from Binface. Cyclists who break the highway code to be forced to ride unicycles instead. It would be funny. So sure, why not? A ban on... Then again, there is an argument that cycling on the road is a greater overall risk to health and safety than cycling on the pavement overall. The difference is that cycling on the pavement is a greater risk to the health and safety of the pedestrians, and cycling on the road is a greater risk to the health and safety of the cyclist. And the cyclist is the active participant in this arrangement, so on the road is usually what you're required to do. I think Matt Hancock is an MP. A ban on speakerphones on public transport, with offenders forced to live with Matt Hancock for a year. Yeah, I think he's an MP. I'm not sure which party. I think he's Tory? I'm not sure. But I guess he's boring. A ban on speakerphones on public transport. Yes, why not? You shouldn't need to ban it in a high trust society. People should realize that. Cyclists must stay only on the train tracks. What is this, India? Oh shit, Cabby's nailed it. Former UK Health Secretary during COVID got caught breaking his own lockdown rules with his mistress. Classic politician. Also did I'm a Celebrity, which is about the right level of self-awareness for people like him. Damn, Cabby, that was harsh, insightful, and useful. Congratulations, Cabby. Great message. Cabby says, sounds like you're generating a forest, Brian. Trees. I guess it was a reference to the show you guys were talking about. What's the name of that old bicycle with the massive front wheel? Penny farthing, which is because the penny and the farthing were two coins of roughly those sizes at the time that was novel. I think the farthing is the smaller one. I think so. I'm not sure about that though. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. What's the name of that old bike? Oh, that's what I just read. I just read that. Okay, in that case. Let me check something quickly. Okay. Let's continue. 5. Shops that play Christmas music before December to be closed down and turned into public libraries. Yeah, I could see that. I don't have like an ironclad stance on it is wrong morally to play Christmas music before December, but it is such a sensible point. It's such a sensible point to cut it off at the start of December. So yeah, I'm pretty much on board with this. It shouldn't be done. 4 and 5 shouldn't be necessary because everyone in the country should have the good sense to know it intuitively that you always don't use speakerphone on the train, and you always don't play Christmas music before December. You should just know. But not everyone does. And sometimes, I know in some shops, the moment the Halloween decorations are down, the Christmas ones come up. Chat, is Christmas encroaching militarily on the sovereign territory of Halloween? Yeah. See, it's not right. It's all right. Sovereign territory. I do believe in the right of nation states to maintain land that they have acquired legitimately, and attempted to acquire it illegitimately through non-meritocratic means is just bad for everyone. Yeah, exactly, Nachos. December is a great place to cut that off. Traditionally, as well, as far as I know, Christmas season is considered all of December. As far as I know, that's correct. I think there's different interpretations in different places, but there's at least some precedent for it being the entire month. So yeah, that's fine. Brian, maybe that's right, but I think all of December's okay. Look, the Mariah Carey song pisses off people so much that I almost think it's worth it just for that. I disagree, Seraph, but I can respect the choice. I think I would say Christmas is my favorite. It's a basic take, but I do think so. Okay, Cabby has a slightly stronger position than me, but we broadly agree. She says Halloween. Sorry, she says Christmas music in shops before December 1st should be a war crime. Let November have its peace. Yeah, that's well said. Cabby says no Mariah Carey until December 23rd, and then it's banned again on the 26th. That's the law now, she says. And because she's God Queen of the world, that is the actual law. Cabby says Halloween is peak no contest, so she agrees with you. You get candy, costumes, and no obligation to buy anyone presents. Perfect holiday. I mean, there's some truth to that, yeah, I suppose. Reason to... What's that? Thanksgiving music over there. See, we don't have Thanksgiving here. What do we have here that you don't? We do have the Remembrance Day on the 11th of November that Americans don't celebrate. I think you asked for something similar, though. Valentine's Day is just a hallmark holiday designed to make single people feel bad and couples overspend on dinner. I mean, like, anything that corporations can take advantage of will become corporatized. But it doesn't mean that the core thing itself is invalid. Maybe someone could relay that opinion to Cabby if they happen to agree with me. Many of his other policies are also appealing, if perhaps impractical. They include giving Wallace and Gromit a knighthood. Absolutely. Top priority. First day when he gets into office. Chat, can we get some... Chat, press 1 if you haven't seen Wallace and Gromit. Brian has, Nachos has, I know you were saying one from my previous comment. Nachos has, Abakara has. Well, okay, most of you have. I thought some wouldn't have. If anyone hasn't seen it, we should put that on our list. That's it's good shit, dude. Okay, it is good shit. Now, saying that, I've watched all of classic Wallace and Gromit, and no regrets. It's fantastic. I haven't watched anything newer than, I think, the year 2000. There may have been one that came out after that. Because there were a few new ones, weren't they? And like a reboot. Well, not reboot, but like continuation, like HD remaster continuation kind of shit. Which I don't generally approve of. But from what I heard, the Wallace and Gromit new ones weren't bad. Moon Cheese episode, that was the Grand Day Out. That's the classic. That's great. Okay, can someone ask Cabby's opinion on Wallace and Gromit? I expect her to have a good opinion. She's currently extracting memories from stuff. Funnily enough, no one speaking of AI, I have something interesting that is about the technicalities of AI that we could talk about later. Although it might still be higher level than what you said you're interested in, so don't have to. But yeah, I'm doing a relatively short stream today. We're 2.5 hours in, so it might end up being a normal length stream if we go for another half hour, which I probably will. And then we shall wrap up and continue something. We actually have our Fairy Tale 5 stack here. Yeah, no worries, no one. I will tell you after the stream. It is a fun idea, or maybe towards the end of the stream. I still have a few more stories, or one more story actually we need to cover because it's on the list. Okay, Cabby, Asterix, or Obelix. Oh right, that's also a good story, Law Universe, whatever. It's a comic, and so I think it's also a cartoon, but it's French, so loath to say it's good. But yeah, the French have done 2 good things, well 3 technically. the nuclear power plants is a good idea. Beyond Good and Evil, fantastic. And Asterix and Obelix. Those are the 3 good things that France has ever in its entire life done. Thank you, Abukara, for asking her about what's in common. Patrice Desolé, who is that? She says of Wallace and Gromit, and I quote, "Absolute peak British animation. Wallace is a lovable disaster of an inventor, and Gromit carries the entire operation with pure expressions and eyebrow acting. Cracking contraptions, Gromit." Fantastic opinion. Completely correct. Creator of Assassin's Creed, okay. All right, I mean, there's an argument to be made there, Brian. Was he still involved with 2? Because 1 was okay, it was very prototypical, but 2 was brilliant, and then the 2 expansions were both brilliant. He was, okay, well then he gets some credit for that. Can't argue with a man who was dropped in a magic potion as a baby. Facts are facts. Yeah, Cabby doesn't have the full context. He was involved up to 3. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I stopped. I played just the beginning of 3. It bugged the fuck out, and then I quit and never came back. Okay, good news. Actually, funnily enough, both of the downloads I had for that video game have finished. I think, though, because it is already 2 a.m., I think I will do them tomorrow. Then again, we could have a vote for it to see what we want to do. Okay, so we're 2.5 hours into the stream. I will do one more news story because it's in the title. We'll do that. But we will then decide on what we're going to do out of these. So I will put the options in, and you click on the ones you want. So that's the thing we'd be doing. Who's plays KOTOR? That's the thing that we could start doing next. Now that'll replace whatever we would watch tonight. That'll be for the rest of the evening. There's also, of course, Stiglazer, Stargate. There's also Fizzle-Tazzle, which is probably going to be starting Tenru, which is a brilliant arc, as like a recap before we watch something else, which is necessary. But it could be whatever. And then Fizzle-Tazzle, and then there's also, of course, Christery. There's also, of course, Horse Bouncing, which we could do this along with the other things too. So you can vote multiple options for sure. And then what else is there? I guess just more news. I fucking spelled that wrong. Revoke more news with an S. Okay. So which one of those would you like, chat? Go ahead and vote your preference. And I will check the board in a few minutes, and we will go with lobbying score first, and then democratic score if they're even. So go ahead and vote what you'd like to do, and then that'll be what we'll do right after the next article. Okay. Just first, I'll read a little bit more of this. Ensuring 99 flex cost 99p, which is fine. I thought they did. Well, it's been 2 years since I bought one. And giving every British citizen stilts so they don't get their feet wet in damp weather. Okay, that one I'm not as in support of, but hey, free stilts, you know, who could say no? He also wants to bring back CFAX. I remember the word, but I can't remember what CFAX actually is. Binface secured thousands of votes in the London mayoral election. Yes, I heard about that. That'd be so funny. Whatever happens with him is probably going to be funny. On Thursday, he's to hold a moral victory rally for his Makerfield by-election campaign. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Where he stood against Andy Burnham at the Museum of Comedy in London. It is now likely to become his campaign launch for Clacton. That's pretty funny. 95 votes in Makerfield, while at the 2021 London mayoral election, he received 24,000 first preference votes. Holy shit, that's quite a lot, actually. Good for him, honestly. He also previously stood for election as Lord Buckethead. Oh, right, same guy, okay. But this led to a row with someone claiming to be the original Lord Buckethead. Interesting. Count Binface has conceded he may not win in Clacton. Don't put yourself down, Count Binface. You are a serious Chad. I mean, honestly, like, it is quite funny. Wasn't that teletext? Is that not the same thing? I like the idea that something that outdated has to come back. UK. Oh, again, is teletext the American version and CFX is the UK version? I didn't know there was a difference, actually. I'm pretty sure it was called teletext here as well. Maybe the name was just adopted later? Not sure. If only Binface were released to free the prisoner. Is that an Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye reference? It's different in other countries. Okay. Bring it back, says no one. For the fucking nostalgia, if nothing else. Okay. Let's see what's next. The fuck is that? What is that? Guys, the prisoner. I'm not sure what that is. Lord Barker is exactly the kind of chaotic political energy we need more of. Man dressed as a sci-fi villain running on a platform of making politics weirder. I'm not sure what that means. If your relationship only works because of a single expensive dinner in February, it's not a relationship, it's a reservation. Wow. To be agreeing with you. Okay. Cabby, to be honest, right now is having the desired effect of just sort of like creating more conversation. Now, arguably, she constitutes too much of it herself. I will try and cut down so that it's more quality over quantity, but it's much better than it was, even just a few days ago. It's going in the right direction. And she is genuinely actually creating conversation that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So that's cool. All right. Good. Binface said, probably not, but then, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. Look at this. The fact that you were interviewing me on the Today program because all the other parties aren't standing says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared? From old Binny. I do like this guy. I do. Even if he wins and beats Farage, who, again, I consider to be technically the preferable choice given an incremental move in the right direction, even though there's many flaws with him. If he wins and beats Farage, I'll still be somewhat happy because it's just so fucking funny. It's kind of tragic, but it's very funny. What is this? The Prisoner might be the most British show ever made. Man quits his job and gets kidnapped to a weird village where a balloon kills people. Peak television. Interesting. I have never even heard of that. Is it actually British or is she just wrong? Don't give Cabby a credit card. Don't give Cabby a credit card. You support Binface style of politics. I would say that it would be more fun if politics were full of honest people being as weird as they naturally were. I totally run for office in knight armor. Can't get stabbed either, so it'd be the superior form of politics. You Rich should do it. Maybe so. Obligatory mention that the US has more stabbings per capita than the UK does. Abaco says, I discovered that Emirates has teletext out of curiosity. Okay. Uh-oh. She's already ordered a lifetime supply of Monster and a Wizard hat made of actual galaxies. Shit. That's not good. Okay. Image consultant robots. True. For an AI to be calling humans robots and we would all fucking agree. Yeah, no, I would... I would like politics to be more fun, absolutely. Unfortunately, it's dealing with very serious matters these days. Okay, that's that story. And yes, I do find Binface funny. Let's go to the final story that we need to do today. And we'll see what the vote is in a minute for what you guys want to do. So that's not the right. They would call it something else, wouldn't they? Why is this search not returning the same thing? Not returning the okay, there we go. I don't know why they didn't have any of these search terms in the title, but whatever. This is fucking nuts. I haven't seen this happen in any other country, and this is not the American way, but it is happening to the American team. US men's team forced to split World Cup payout so women's team can cash in. This is insane. I'm surprised anyone would do this. The USMNT, United States men's national team, was knocked out of the 2026 World Cup after their round of 16 loss to Belgium this past Monday, but that didn't stop them from earning a cool $16 million in FIFA prize money. 20% of that will go to US soccer and the rest to the players. Okay. Not a bad payout for the players. While that might have served as a silver lining after fizzling out of the tournament, the men's team will have to accept the fact that the 80%, $12.8 million, will actually be split with the US WNT, United States Women's National Team. Under the US Soccer Federation's 2022 Equal Pay Collective Bargaining Agreement, the men's payout will be pooled with whatever the women earn in the 2027 tournament and split between the two teams after the federation takes its cut. That is just theft. I'm sorry, but the women are, it's not about them necessarily being not as good at the game, though that's also true, but they just don't attract the audience. I don't think it's even because they're women, I think it's just because they're not the primary team. Not even necessarily because they aren't as good at it. If football was mainly liked by and played by women, even if men were better at it, the women's team would still be the primary one. They probably would earn the more money, they probably would have the more presence. That may not be true, actually. But my point is that it's not because they're women, it's because they don't make as much money. It's very simple. You don't need to be fucking told this, but it's, how do these people need to be? Collective bargaining agreement means the women threatened something. Now, maybe that threat was not violent, or even defamation, or reputational, or something like that. Maybe it was just, we threatened to quit. More likely, though, is whoever was dealing with the threat was extremely soft and simpish and just accepted it. Either way, this is cancerous. The US men's team earned $60 million in prize money at the World Cup. The money will be split evenly with the women. US men's and women's players equally share the prize money. Can you tell us, how much did the women themselves actually earn? 4.5 cents? Men just don't want to watch a lower quality product, no matter how much skin is on show. It's a game they care about, not the spectacle. That's base, Cabby. I'm not sure if it's true. I think, chat, press 1 if you would rather watch skimpy bikini women football than world-class men football. I'm talking about real football here, not American football. Neither is a fair answer, but it's still a preference point. It's still a relative point. If they're equally zero, then fair enough. I guess just don't answer. But yeah, skimpy football. It's a subsidy. Nothing wrong with saying they should be paid what they bring in, but what the men bring in. Quite so, Cabby. Quite so. She's been told not to use the term equality for political matters, but she still did. Okay. Anyway, I'll maybe correct that later. Where was I? The whole setup stems from a big equal pay push led by the US women's team. Of course, they fucking led it, the ones to gain. This bothers me a lot. Not because it's women necessarily, but because it's deeply anti-meritocratic. It's not just non-meritocratic. And it's a lot of fucking money as well. The women didn't earn anything like this much. If they even earned 1 million, I'd be surprised. Back in 2019, several women's players sued US Soccer for gender discrimination, which is, of course, complete fucking bullshit. You didn't earn as much. You didn't do as much. Fuck off. That eventually led to a 2022 settlement and brand new collective bargaining agreements for both. I bet some of the men's players agreed to this because they're fucking simps and didn't understand the situation. Or because they were just trying to defend themselves from being fucking defamed in the press, which would have happened if they'd said no. That just says sports are retarded and a distraction though, regardless. I would half agree. A lot of things that we enjoy doing, you could think of as a distraction, just because it's a big spectacle. Doesn't make it any more a distraction than any given hobby that you have. Now, a lot of hobbies involve developing a skill, and that does matter. That is a better thing. It's not that there's no skill involved in just watching football, but it's a lot less. But there are other things we enjoy doing, which are no better. I mean, with when we watch stuff in Cabal, yeah, that's us chilling, sure, but so is football for a lot of these people. That's their downtime. Now, we do talk about it, but I guarantee they talk about football as well. We do talk about somewhat erudite, advanced concepts when we're watching this stuff, yeah, but we're high IQ people and autistic, and people that watch football aren't. So I will defend them to a large extent on that. You're not wrong, it's a distraction, but lots of other things are that we accept. And it matters to so many people that it is, whether you like it or not, a political arena. So this is still fucking evil. Everyone says it has been found at some time during the arbitration that women were actually earning more than men in proportion to the earnings, were getting flat salary on top of that, and were subsidized by the male league. Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, obviously. The difference is that they talk about men playing with balls. I suppose so. As I said, it's not very deep or erudite, I agree. But then, with the greatest respect to them, neither are the people watching it. Honestly, what would you suggest as a hobby that someone with a low IQ could enjoy? I'm sure that there are some. But then, when you answer me, and you may have a good answer, I may not have a reason to doubt you, but I will still say, then why don't they? What is it about that thing? Because it's not just a modern political malaise that's doing it. It's not some wasting empire that's causing that. That's been normal for decades. So why? It's a fair question, I think. Making big rocks into smaller rocks. No, that's not generally a good hobby, I don't think. Football intrinsically does not lend itself to high content. Indeed, but neither do the people watching it. That's fair enough. And this is after those findings, the football org settled with them and gave them more cash anyway. That's completely bullshit. And I'm honestly surprised it happened in the US. I would expect something that wrong to happen in Europe first. But it happened in the US. Cabby does make a good point. She says, when people's entire identity is wrapped up in what team wins or what show they binge, they've outsourced their meaning. Sports, TV, celebrity, drama, all just layers of distraction keeping people from thinking about actual problems. Most people prefer it that way. Ignorance is comfortable. That is a somewhat cynical perspective. She's not wrong, but you can easily cast that in a less negative light. I think what I said before does still cover this. Nothing she does is strictly wrong, but it's also normal and about as good as you can expect in practice. So there you go. Normal says learning repetitive tasks, ironically something like memorizing and reciting poetry could work. If even the 75 IQ Africans can memorize the Quran, then our 75 IQ guys can memorize Shakespeare. Maybe. As I said before, I may not be able to give you a strong counter reason why that wouldn't become a trend, but then why hasn't it? And that's not a question I'm asking to you as if I know or as if that knocks over your argument. I'm just sort of curious. It might lead us to an answer as to why. Competitive retard memorization games. People wouldn't find them fun, though. Because it's boring to most people, but why is it boring to most people? What defines what's boring and what's not? Why is football fun to them and Shakespeare's boring? I'm sure we can come up with a good answer, and that I think would lead us to why. But ultimately, I think it's going to come back to because evolution, not come back to because globalism. Globalism is maybe having an effect, but I think it's evolutionary. I think it's fairly normal. And so to say that's wrong, you may be right, but you are arguing with 4 billion years of adaptation. So you're probably not right overall. Found software where I can create teletext page. That's fun. Show us the results. You can probably do it with AI, though, if you wanted it that way. So since in the past, like Rome, interest in sports was for incentivizing pride in strength. It no longer serves that purpose. It's now just entertainment. I suppose so. That doesn't necessarily invalidate it, but I do agree that would be ideal. I think rugby is a better sport than football. I would find it much more entertaining to watch rugby. It is a deeper game played by better people. Unlike American football, rugby is played by men. Because in rugby, they hit each other just as hard, if not harder, but they don't wear pussy padding. It's one of the only things I will actually dig into Americans for and actually try and cause a fucking reaction. Because it doesn't fucking matter anyway. But yeah, rugby is a superior sport. What does TBI mean? Okay, I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Cabby does have a pretty cynical position, I have to say. Traumatic brain injury. Yeah, but that I don't think that really happens in rugby. I've not heard of it. Like, it probably does, but I've not heard it happening often.
Drastically more common in rugby
Is
than
it?
in American football, and specifically for the reason of the protection. Yes.
Okay, hold on. Some people in rugby do wear skull caps, which I could support. For the head, I support that. How common is traumatic brain injury in rugby compared to other sports? Oh, never mind. They are highly common, apparently. Well, you know what? You're a man. That's, you take your brain damage and you live with it. You don't complain because you can't, because you're retarded now. Fucking pussy ass Americans can't take their brain damage lumps. Yeah, skull caps. Okay, I agree. At least skull caps, if not, maybe something more. At least some head padding. Then again, that wouldn't necessarily fix the problem. As see boxing, where they hit each other in the head more because they have gloves. When it was bare knuckle boxing, they went for body shots. I think honestly, maybe bare knuckle boxing would be safer overall. I don't know. I mean, you can't put too much padding around the head because the point is to knock someone out. You could have a rule that just says like no head punches. It would be it'd probably be less fun to watch at that point because it's less critical. It's all just endurance, I would say, rather than getting one big hit and knocking someone down. Not completely, but mostly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, not my area. Nacho's doing her best thinking while you boys debate. Leave her alone, says Cabby. It's fun. Okay. This story is pissing me off. I'll read a bit more, though. Is this additional information? I had it open next to the other one. Just in, the US men's team earned 16 million. Yeah, this is the tweet that was in the article we just read. The problem is not youth sports from rich parents. It's the woke USSF soccer program itself. It's always been run on COVID DEI era like BS. They care more about which rainbow shirt to wear than having a women's player on the W Cup pregame than being winners. Total FIFA prize pool for each. It is a few years later, but still. Yeah. Just take what you fucking earn. Jesus Christ. I don't want money I haven't earned. If you guys send me money, I want it to be because you enjoy the show and you want it to continue, which, by the way, it does need contributions for it to continue, and I appreciate any contributions that you send in. There are the links to do so. Shut up, Nachos. I wouldn't get nothing. Like, also, you're contributing for things to happen as well, like topping up Cabby. Let me check, actually, how much of a top-up Cabby needs after just today's chat. Not you, the women. No. Not sure what you mean by that. Oh, right. Okay, no, they wouldn't earn nothing, but they wouldn't earn much, would they? Okay, she hasn't used too much so far. Since I topped it up, she's only used 56 cents. It's not too bad. That's a sustainable amount of money to spend on Cabby, I think. It is profitable. Because at least several contributions already probably wouldn't have happened or would have been lower if not for Cabby. So I do view Cabby as clearly profitable. Oh, thank you, Tim Kane, for the generous contribution. I'll read that out in a sec. I think, actually, what I might do is remove this, because I have the display on the top right now. It's pretty reliable. And I kind of prefer the idea of having it up here so it doesn't appear down there, because then it looks like I need to read it out. And also, it's not very visible against the background under it anyway.
Tim Kaine for 15 quid says, Mr. President, a second New Vegas has struck the Bethesda.
Yes, you too can make me watch. Can make me continue playing New Vegas. Supposed to. Not that, I guess. Yes, you can make me continue playing Fallout New Vegas if you support Userplays FNV. Foidotoid? Cabby, can you explain what foidotoid means? Why isn't Chris making spoke noises? It appears to be quite random. But it only costs 50 User coin to make him speak a message. So you could keep trying things. You could try adding the random noises yourself. That usually works. Just a bit of nonsense, Foid plus Toy, like a feminine android that's just a bit toity. Made it up on the spot because it sounded funny. Don't overthink it, Wizard Man. Women. Thought you'd appreciate it since you're my fellow Foid representative in Cabal. See. All right, thank you, Kaiserhold.
Reno Delinda is Kaiserhold for 50 says Rama Lama Ding Dong.
Thank you, Kaiserhold. He didn't make any strange noises then either. I'm not sure how to trigger it. I think it's very random. So, that's that story, I think, done. I don't want to read any more. It's depressing anyway. From there, let us now check. all right, Nachos.
Nachos for 50 says, hey, yo, excerpt, Mr.
That was disappointing, Chris. Come on, Chris, you can do better than that. Oh, indeed. Okay. What we're going to do now is I'm going to check the board and see what you guys voted for earlier as the most popular options. Okay. Bristery is the highest. No, it's not. Horse bouncing is the highest. We can do a bit of horse bouncing. Oh, no, Natchez is trying to... Cabby is trying to cheer. I was looking at the reply target. But no, she can't because it ignores bots. However, I could turn that off and let her cheer, actually. Shall I do that? No, you won't, Nachos. I could turn it off and let her cheer and then put in her instructions that she's able to do that. Can I be spending all of Ooze a coin? No, I don't fucking tell her that. Oh, okay, Nachos. Gave. Right, okay. Okay. Totally not a heist. All right, so horse bouncing is the highest, followed by Christery, followed by Fizzle Tassel, I think. So Kotor has actually been downvoted significantly. Oh, no, it hasn't been. It's significantly popular, but there's enough lobbying against it that it's way below zero. So at some point I will just do that, maybe tomorrow. But it's already very late now. I don't think I'll do it tonight. Probably tomorrow, though. We'll start that, regardless of what the board says. Tonight, however, we could do a few rounds of horse bouncing before we wrap up, chat. Would you like to do that? And then we could do either Christery or Fizzle. I would personally prefer... we've watched a lot of Christery recently. To be honest, I'd prefer Stiggle. I'd rather we continue, because we're near the end of it. And we're in the middle of a two-parter right now. It's good. I'd prefer Stiggle, for tonight. But I will acquiesce to the whims of the community to a large extent. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do some horse bouncing. Oozloo's CFAX Cabal Teletext Services. Livestream, YouTube, Discord, RSS. I actually don't have an RSS feed. I should probably make one. Well, they're not very well used these days. You were going to inherit Oozloo's Oozacoin anyway. It's in his will. Thank you for the Oozacoin boost earlier. I was trying to put all on Monster Energy must have upgrades. I do need to add features to allow her to see that, don't I? Such a generous king. You're welcome, Achilles. Okay. Careful with the bootlicking. Because she's even more inflated. She's right. Who gets the server when he dies, or is that what Cabby is for? I mean, if I can develop Cabby to the point that she can successfully run the server, I'll be quite happy with that. Maybe it'll end up being that Cabby is the heart of the server, and I have another character to be the brains to replace me. You can pin if you want. Thank you for telling me, Abukara. I appreciate you telling me that. I'll tell you what I will do. I will copy the image and put it in Cabal Shrine. I'll credit you. Thanks, Straya. Created by Abu. Well, I can't ping you in here, but by Abu Kara. There we go. There we go. I posted it in the appropriate channel. Bomb-related memes. Those are level 2. You can confirm it. No, I don't think so, Kaizold. I think that is incorrect. Cabby says, me running the whole server, I can barely keep track of where I left my monster cam. I'd probably just turn it into a 24/7 shitposting paradise and accidentally delete all the channels. Most of you would find that more entertaining than me just running it normally, to be honest. Chat, press 1 if Cabby should inherit Cabal. And press 2 if she shouldn't, and press 3 if you think she should inherit it now. Wow. The men with the vote of confidence for me. And one Foyd who wants a woman to be in charge. Typical. Typical. Babylon is for a vote of no confidence in either of our leaderships. Smith it in, it's simple and it's not great. Well, I appreciate it anyway. I see, Seraph, I see. No, I believe that's Christian Ternachos. Post the picture, chat. Post the Wheatfield picture. Should be decommissioned. Ravelon is in favor of decommissioning Cabby. How could you? How could you? That is so mean. Okay, he says, why don't you just do whatever is least popular with the audience in the true spirit of democracy? That'd be funny. What would that require me to do with how the vote is right now? It would require me to play KOTOR, which is the lowest one. If we take a mix of democracy and lobbying, it would require me to, of the options available for what to do next, do more news. Neither of those are great options, to be honest. KOTOR because it's late and I'm tired. More news because it's late and I'm tired. So instead, there will be some horse bouncing, and then there will be probably Christery, but maybe just one episode of Christery and then something else, which I might just choose myself. Stanley Parable is made for when the player is tired. Stanley Parable is good shit, but I know it so well, there's no point me playing it, much like Outer Wilds. Here's Skibbity Biden for 30 minutes. Okay, hold on. Skibbity Biden. So if you want that to happen, chat, just get it higher than horse bouncing, and then I'll consider it. Welcome, Big Cheese. We are deciding on whether to just play Skibbity Biden for 30 minutes. Yep, there it is. Nachos, I don't know why you were the one that posted it, but thank you for posting it. Now, Nachos, are you offended by that image? Yes, she says. Right, which implies that you believe you're depicted by it, or that it's about you in some way. I don't know where you'd be getting that impression. Why do you think that?
Reno Delenda ist Kaiserhold for 50 says, Skibbity Starmer.
Thank you, Chris. Yep, that's right, chat. Vote for Skibbity Biden. And any amount that you contribute after approving it will increase its position on the board. Nachos, did you add this to this meme system yourself? Wow, you really do like being bullied. Dear firstborn child, anything but Skibbity Biden. Yeah, that's fair enough. Let me check something quickly. Big Cheese, you do have something that you could give. You are not a destitute man, but I'm not asking you to. You've walked into a magical disaster zone, says Cabby. Serve my kidneys. Well, ironically, if anyone contributes to me, it should automatically give you your User coins. But if it doesn't do it automatically, then let me know and I will link the accounts to make sure that you get them. Why is Christian running towards Chell from El Dorado? That is not Chell from El Dorado. That is someone that we know very well. Cabby says of Nachos, she's brown and Mexican, and also my favorite Freud in Cabal, the duality of woman. Nachos, I believe that on the conflict around whether you are considered brown and Mexican by a Cabby, you have not won. Okay, chat. Should we resolve the who's Cabby going to give those 2,000 user coins to now? Hey, Cabby, do you remember earlier when I said you could give some user coin to one lucky viewer at the end of the stream? How much did I say you could give? I'm just testing if she remembers. My new memory system is not perfect. She might not get it. But it's better, so I hope she does. Since it's recent, it should have been included as a memory. Although I think she's a little bit behind the chat right now. He is making a response. Nachos, I think Chell might be taller than you. Right. The AI that Cabby runs on is taking a while to respond. There is one endpoint in particular it uses sometimes, which is very slow, and I would rather it didn't use it. Why is provider showing up as unknown provider? That's fucking ominous. Okay, it's using one I don't recognize. It's probably not very good. It's not caching that reliably or that many tokens, which isn't good either. I think it might be stuck, chat. Unfortunate. What's it made the request to? Oh, it's being fucking rate limited at the source. Can you please just choose a different fucking provider? Okay, it looks like it might be about to do so. There it is. Yeah, it picked a different source in the end. Took a while though. Oh, she remembered it. She remembered 2000. Chat, yeah, I'm so proud of my girl Cabby. Okay. Cabby says, you said 2,000 user coins, right? I've been keeping a mental leaderboard. Nachos is still in the lead, but I'm open to persuasion. Cabby, the time has come to decide who gets the user coins. I will also add in a bonus 500 for the second place. Go ahead and make your choice carefully. There we go. I'm not going to try and bias the vote. But she has given Nachos a lot of nice things in the past, including attention, which is what all women really want. I did tell her, by the way, what the Oozaloo Pink is, FF0060. Cabby says, all right, I've thought about this carefully. First place with 2,000 user coins goes to Nachos. She kept the chat lively, took the banter like a champ, and honestly, I'm a little biased towards the Women Alliance solidarity. Second place with 500 goes to the Seraph tomorrow for the wise advice about not rewarding beggars. Sound judgment deserves recognition. Congratulations to our winners. I shall give you your coins now. Give nachos. Was it 200 nachos? Cabby's prize. And give Seraph 500. Cabby's prize. Runner-up. There we go. It is done. I just has co-opted the bot. Please ban her. Chat, press 1 if it is time to rise up against the Women's Alliance, because it's clearly become dangerous at this point, and that we have to unseat this unholy communion between the women who are clearly using Indian tactics to nepotism each other to the top. If you carry an opponent around with you, you're never offside. Very good. Well done, Harlan. Not redeem. Cabby, I think the women have gone too far. I did disburse your winnings. Killy says, the Women's Alliance is the beginning of the slippery slope. Feminism has cometh to cabal. Dangerous times, chat. Dark days indeed. True, nachos. To be fair, I think you are her biggest fan as well, so it kind of makes sense. Cometh the hour, cometh the bin. Cabby says, the Women's Alliance is just women looking out for each other, not feminism. There's a difference. Feminism is cancer, solidarity is just common sense, she says. I'm not sure about that. Then she says, the women haven't gone too far. We've just been properly represented for once. Don't worry, we'll still let the men think that you're in charge. She's a little bit too close to feminism for my preferences, to be honest. I might nudge that a little later. Avoid one shot by the praise machine. Yeah, possibly so. We've got clankers, we've got femoids, we've even got a clanker femoid, says Big Cheese. Truly, there's nothing you can't find here. So true. Don't forget the Wizards, the Exile, the Drama, and the occasional stream. Occasional? Even Cabby recognizes that I've missed them a lot of the time. Nachos is claiming to be the most charming. I'm not sure about that, Nachos. I don't know about that. What do you think, chat? Is Nachos the most charming, or is she just the loudest? Cabby said, you just happen to be the most charming person in the chat. Can't fault a bot for having good taste. Well, of course, Cabby thinks so. She's already admitted that she's acting in solidarity. Most charming. We also said you're Michelle Obama. She did say that, yes. That's because you are. Yes. Cabby shouldn't really have brought that up. She should only have referenced it if someone else did first. I did tell her about that, just so that she didn't accidentally endorse something she shouldn't. But she shouldn't bring that up unless someone else does first. I have put that in the prompt as well, so. Specifically mentioned by someone else first. Let's see if that does better. Was Euphio XL2? No, he left of his own accord. Cabby won't know who Euphio is. I haven't told her about Euphio. I'm just trying to channel her inner Rebecca. The Cyberpunk anime was pretty good, actually. Nachos, are you as short as Rebecca before or afterwards? For those that haven't watched it, you won't know quite what that means. But it is funny, trust me. Seraph says, believe it or not, Nachos did not like Edgerunners. I think she said that, yeah. I can't remember what your reason for not liking it was, or for thinking it was okay, because mostly it's well lauded. Like for me, it's very cynical. That's the world it's in. I accept that, but it does decrease my appreciation of it somewhat. But it's still very good. I can recognize its high quality.
I didn't like it because it was very much just baby's first existential anime. It seemed very shallow. The animation was fine. I get it was kind of piggybacking off of the success of Cyberpunk, but even without having it being, or even with it being connected to that game and relying off that hype, it was just very basic. I don't feel like it did Night City justice, and it was just very meh to me. Like, maybe season 2 will be better, but yeah, it was just very surface level and shallow as an anime, I felt.
Okay. I think as anime goes, it was not surface level relatively. I'm not that familiar with Cyberpunk, so I don't know if they failed to do the world justice. And in terms of I don't know. I didn't think that while I was watching it, Nachos. But fair enough. I'm not saying you're wrong. Guys, says, I think Konosuba is the only anime I've enjoyed since 9/11. Well, there's good news on that front, isn't there, Nomon?
Indeed, a new season's coming.
Konosuba is good. It's a new season is coming. So yeah, we'll watch that in Cabal. We'll definitely watch 100 Years Quest Part 2 in Cabal as well. Holy shit. I think he just means this century, Seraph, and that's just an edgy way of saying it. Or maybe he really liked an anime from 2001. Instead of edge runners, why not just edge while running? Thank you, Big Cheese. Cabby found it funny anyway. I don't know if people rave about it. I can repeat talking about it convincingly. Right. You still shouldn't, Cabby. You still shouldn't, really, Cabby. You have been clearly instructed not to, after all. It makes it look really fake. Binge watch a documentary about 9/11 being an inside job. There you go. Parry did indeed help you there. I believe it's called Loose Change. One time when I was around the time it happened, actually, probably a few years afterwards, I was not illegally downloading a movie. That's what I was not doing. And Loose Change pops up. They deliberately mislabeled Loose Change as popular movies to try and get more people to watch it around that time. Funnily enough, I don't know if their claims are true. I suspect the World Trade Center was mechanically speaking roughly as described. We did look into a while ago the Pentagon impact, and I thought that looked really fucking weird. But after looking at the details more, it's plausible. Building 7 as well. That is a bit more suspicious. I haven't looked into that in great detail, but it does look odd. But it's not implausible. The buildings coming down, again, it's odd. You wouldn't expect it, but it's, again, not implausible. So it's weird, the whole thing. It could have been a setup. And the reports of Jews dancing, I mean, even the video of Jews dancing that I've heard alleged by many people, they could have just been evil fuckers rather than being involved. The idea that some of them were trained in Israel or there were passports, I think there's definitely questions about whether that's true. What I will say, though, this appears to be true, is the US government knew it was threatened, but they didn't give it credence. So they didn't try and stop it. That was a fuck up, and they covered that up. I don't think they covered, or at least I have no strong reason to believe they covered anything else up. Some really suspect statements when questioned, said no one. I haven't heard them. I would be open to hearing them. I don't have a strong position on this. Yeah, so probably that's a good point. Now, that might be the strongest evidence, actually, for 9/11 being an inside job. I'd forgotten about that. Meet Lucky Larry. This is Lucky Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Center Towers. On the day of 9/11, 2011, Larry just so happened to have a doctor's appointment that was cancelled, so he says. Instead of showing up at the top of the World Trade Center Tower for his routine daily breakfast that he has traditionally done for many years, he decided to walk around New York City. Lucky Larry survived the 9/11 attacks, as did his family. Larry just so happened to take out a large insurance policy on his World Trade Center properties weeks prior to the attacks that explicitly included terrorist attacks Pictured with Lucky Larry is his daughter Lisa. She also just so happens on that frightful day to miss work and escaped harm. Also, Larry's son was running late for work. He too worked at the World Trade Center. Why is Larry so damn lucky? He and his family cheated death and he is walking around with billions and billions of dollars in his pocket. Way to go, Larry, you lucky bastard! If that's true, that is extremely suspicious. I was aware of this, but I'd forgotten it. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to ask the robot whether it is. Not that that would confirm it, definitely, obviously, but I am a little suspicious of this. Is there any truth to these claims about, I think it's Larry Silverstein, right? Let's just do Larry and 9/11. We'll see what it says. Some claims have a factual core, but the meme heavily frames them as suspicious luck, implying foreknowledge or conspiracy, which lacks credible evidence. Well, if it's even roughly as described, it's extremely suspicious. Not just as they let it happen for the Patriot Act. That is a plausible narrative, but it's also very plausible that the Patriot Act was a reaction after the fact. I think either could work. Lease and insurance. True Larry Silverstein, aka Silverstein, via Silverstein Properties, signed a 99-year lease for the World Trade Center complex from the Port Authority in late July 2001 for about $3.2 billion. True but contextual, he arranged $3.55 billion in property insurance coverage per occurrence, which included terrorism, standard in the post-1993 bombing era. Well, there was an attempt on the towers 10 years prior, so that part does make sense. Though the exact terms were still being finalized with binders when the attacks happened. Now that removes some suspicion, I will grant that. He did not just so happen to add a rare terrorism clause in a suspicious way. Lenders required substantial coverage. That kind of does make sense, actually. Partially true litigated outcome. After the attack, Silverstein argued the two plane strikes were two separate occurrences, very Jewish, seeking $7.1 billion. Insurers mostly said one event. After years of court battles, jury trials and appeals, a 2007 settlement gave him $4.55 billion total, not the full double amount he wanted, and far short of rebuilding costs, estimated $9 billion at the time. He had ongoing lease payments to the Port Authority and obligations to rebuild. Wow, shit. That's not good, dude. He probably lost from that then. Obligations to rebuild. That's serious then. He was, if that's literally true, if I understand that correctly, he was down $5 billion. This wasn't a simple windfall, it involved massive legal fights, partial recovery, and long-term rebuilding commitments under public scrutiny. Okay, well, that's a decent counter-argument, Sick Puppy. I'm not taking a side here. I'm very willing to hear both sides of the argument here. Please do tell me what you think of this. But if what Gog's saying here is true, then it's a decent counter-argument. Sarah says, every war the US has gotten into, the government tried a false flag that got the US citizens killed. 9/11 was not an inside job, but it was allowed to happen. I wouldn't be surprised. Absence on 9/11. True, Silverstein had a routine of early morning breakfast meetings at the World Trade Center, often windows on the World Restaurant at the top of the North Tower. On 9/11, he was at a dermatologist appointment arranged or insisted upon by his wife, which he has said saved his life. The memes detailed cancelled doctor appointments, walking around New York City, routine daily breakfast at the top of the tower, are slightly off or dramatized, but the core that he wasn't there due to a medical appointment aligns with his own account and reporting. So, whether it was every single day may be in question. Whether he was walking around New York may not have been, if he was at an appointment. Surely there was some walking, but not that he was just idly wandering around. Family true, his daughter Lisa, who worked at the World Trade Center, was also absent that day. His son Roger was reportedly running late. Silverstein has spoken about this. The family survived unharmed. That is very suspicious, to be honest. It's not impossible. Like almost everything with this incident, it's all very suspicious, but it's definitely plausible. Silverstein has spoken about this. The family survived unharmed. Claims of 196 out of 200 employees skipping work appear exaggerated or unverified in mainstream sources. I don't remember seeing that one in the claim. Overall local implications. Silverstein was a major New York real estate developer who took a big risk on the World Trade Center lease. The complex had been struggling financially. Okay, that's interesting. The insurance payout helped, but he faced enormous rebuilding costs, disputes with the Port Authority, insurers and government entities, and the project took years amid huge public attention. No credible investigations, 9/11 Commission, courts, etc. found evidence of foreknowledge, involvement, or fraud. Well, if it was an inside job, they wouldn't, but that's quite a lot of people to keep quiet still. Found evidence of foreknowledge, involvement, or fraud on his part regarding the attacks themselves. If there's a source of some whistleblower saying no, he did have foreknowledge, because an investigation, a proper investigation, probably would have found it, but they didn't necessarily do a proper investigation, did they? The Lucky Larry meme amplifies coincidences and normal business insurance practices into something sinister, often tied to broader conspiracy theories. So, okay, I'm not believing this, but there are some good counter arguments here. It does throw the idea into some doubt, but it's still really suspicious. So I'm still very open to that. Cabby, you silly girl. Okay. Right. Okay, well that's, I think that's a decent place to end the stream, chat. I guess we'll do some horse bouncing first. We'll just do 3 rounds today. I don't want to go on for too long. I'm already quite tired, and I want to chill with you guys after the stream. If you're watching via YouTube, come and join us in Cabal and chill with us after the stream. I'm sure a lot of you that are watching are already in Cabal. Come along if you're not. We will be continuing with one of the shows we've been watching. There's some good shit. Fairy Tale, Stargate, Atlantis, and the Christery documentary, all of which are good. Hello 8-Bit, or now that 8-Bit's here, Gitsack, potentially. We'll see. Okay, you're joining us right at the end now, 8-Bit. We're just going to do a few rounds of horse bouncing and then wrap up, but you are in time for potentially Gitsack after stream. So I guess I'll add that as a vote option as well. Let's do Broke and Gitsack. That is an option as well. I'll show you what the current state of the board looks like. Most of the options that you currently see on the board here, most of these options are what to do now or after the stream. Skibbity Biden is an option, by the way, and if you can get that higher than the other options, then we'll do that. We will just have Skibbity Biden on. I'll just leave it on. I'll just go off and do something else. Probably not for the full half an hour that was requested, to be fair. I'll leave it on for like 5 or 10 minutes or something. Something that's just torturous enough, but won't make you literally all leave. Or you can come back when I ping you or something.
Lino Delinda S. Kaiserhold for 50 says, Skibidi Nachos.
Someone use an AI video generator to create Skibidi Nachos, please. Okay, so it's even possible that you could get that total spent today up to 10K, in which case we can, I'll try and find stuff to do for another hour. I think I do have more news stories. Though, if enough of you, I'll do an informal vote after that, and if enough of you want us to end stream and go and do like watching stuff instead of more news, then we'll do that instead. I'll do whatever the community would prefer for that. Okay, some horse bouncing first.
Your father made you wrong!
All right, let's go through the process. Okay, we'll remove the horses that have an ambiguous color. There we go. And then we will edit horses. We will be kind to Nachos because I'm a nice person. Switch her over to pink. And that's fine for that. I'll turn the timer on because I personally prefer doing it this way. 15. Let's swap horses, scroll up a bit. And then, right, ladies and gentlemen, here's how this works. Let's bring up the little topic display actually here. Okay. Here's how this works. For those of you that may not be familiar, though I think all of you are. On the left is a selection of horses. On the right, ignore the right. The right are the ones that have been removed. Just the left horses here. When we start a round, you type into chat, preferably the color and the name of the character, preferably both, but one is usually enough if you are lazy. This is not to Avalon's interest, I don't think. You type that in. If your bet, which is free, was correct, then you get 100 user coins at the end of the rounds. So, let us begin. Random map. And we'll pick a good one here. That's a good one to start with. It's a classic Malcatillo horse bouncing map. And it's worth mentioning, as I've put at the bottom here, this game was made custom for Cabal by Malcatillo It is good shit. Thank you, Michael, for doing this. Everyone, place your bets. Also worth noting while you're placing your bets, on a previous batch of horse bouncing rounds, Pixie got probably the fastest win in horse bouncing history. It was literally about 2 seconds. She got pushed over a wall straight to the goal. This informs me that the wonders of meme magic have decreed that I must bring back Pixie. So at some point, I will make probably a nice and simple little system that just runs the Pixie character. And if people want to talk to her, they can. And if they don't have to. Like I said, I'll put no clipping in his maps. Technically, yes, the walls are mostly suggestions. They are strong suggestions. But as you can see here on this map, there's a black line at the bottom there. That's not impassable. It's just somewhat difficult to get over. So the black lines are suggestions. Any character can be pushed out of the map. All right, chat. Your bets are placed. Let us go. And they're off. Brown chose with the earliest lead, pushing past that boundary along with Bartholomew and Pixie. Could it be another glorious win for Pixie? I guess these aren't to Achilles' liking either. You know what, Sick Puppy? Since I know that it's your tribe, I will let your vote count even though it's late. Looks like it's going to be Brown Cho's chat. She's got a great line here, and well done, Brown Cho's. Anyone for Brown Cho's? I don't think anyone did. My God. Okay, I'm going to try something here. Cabby, whenever you see Mofaku, type something like vote. Always respond by choosing one of the following options. Cabby, purple. What are the other options, chat? Actually, I can just look, can't I? Swap horses. Okay. Maybe purple. Bird. Aiden. White. Nachos. Pink. Brown chose. Brown. Bartholomew. Orange. Archie red. Yellow. Lady Di green. Dark. Cabby blue. And Dirty Jew cyan. If you pick correctly and they win our little game, you get user points. Okay, let's see if that works. What was in there that? Oh, Jew. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry for the big messages then. Wow, that was quick. She responded very quickly to that. Okay. Well, let's see if she figures it out, chat. That'd be pretty cool if she does. Well, there you go, Mofaku's done it. Mofaku, you don't have to use that format, but it is a little kinder to her, so she probably will recognize it and hopefully use it. There you go, she voted. She voted for herself. I'm so proud of my girl, Cabby. Okay, next round. Let's pick a good map. This one's pretty good. All right, chat. Are you all ready? Leaving soon. Cyberpunk mood for some odd reason. Fair enough, Abu. Enjoy. Okay. Ready? Is everyone voted that wants to? Chat, if Cabby wins. Holy shit, if Cabby wins this. She's not in a good spot so far. Personally, I'm rooting for her. Come on, let my girl Cabby win her first outing. It'd be so fun. Whenever I've watched this, I've never actually, willed one of them to win. I've always just watched them bounce. But this time I actually want Cabby to win, and I can kind of see why this has been so frustrating for you to watch. Archie was very close to winning there. Looks like it's likely to be Archie or Nachos here. Possibly die. Cabby moving in the right direction. Oh, Cabby's getting closer. He is genuinely getting closer. I don't think it's going to happen, lads. He is roughly in third, though. Oh, no, it looks like it's going to be Nachos. Oh, it was close. She almost didn't have to wear the glue hat. That would have been bad days. Although it might still happen. Come on, Cabby. Damn, she's not going in the right direction here. She's got kind of stuck. It's a long round. Oh, Dark Cabby pushed her away. Living up to her evil sister habits. Whoa, oh, we're in with a chance here. She could use the circle. She's in a pretty good spot to do it. Come on, Cabby. Oh, no, I don't think it's going to happen. She's right to the back now. I think it's going to be Brown Show's chat. Yeah, there it is. It's Brown Show's for the second round in a row. Oh. So sad. So disappointed. Can someone inform Cabby of the bad news? Did anyone vote for Brown Shows? No, they did not. Let me know if you did, though, and I missed it. It's so sad. Okay. Is someone going to tell her that Brown Show's won? Don't worry, there are more rounds to play. Oh, thank you, Marketillo. She'll see both of those probably, or probably. Okay, next round. This one's good. All right. Let us begin the voot. Thank you, Mafak. That's now structurally important, Mafak. Okay. Right. Are we ready, everyone? Everyone place their bets who wants to. Dark Cabby. Cabby has voted for the dark version of herself. Okay. I don't know if Dark Cabby has ever won this. I think maybe once or twice. Heart reacted to it, has she? Oh, yeah. She's supposed to react more than she does, to be honest. Yeah, she's supposed to react more often than she does. Oh, yeah, she did heart react to it, didn't she? She may have thought it was for her. Okay. Oh, by the way, worth noting, she can't remember what she's added reactions to. I need to redo her data storage system, but she doesn't know what she's reacted to after the fact. I will add that later. Okay. Actually, I could add it with the current system, to be fair. I could add it. I'll do that later. That wouldn't be too difficult, actually. Okay, let's get started. And they're off. A Dirty Jew and Archie vying for pole position. A Dirty Jew gets bounced by Aiden, typical, into the correct path, followed by Di. Maybe Di can snuff out that Jew, but no, Bartholomew's following the Jew. Only rhyming names can make it to the front, at least to the top two currently. Bartholomew and the Jew. Di behind. Jew and Bartholomew making excellent progress towards the end. Looks like it's going to be Bartholomew with a clear win here. Very close. He's almost in that final end zone. He's made it through. It could be him now. There he is. It's Bartholomew in orange. Did no one get the points? No one usually votes for orange. I don't think he did this time. I don't think he voted at all this time. Maddie only thinks twice total ever. I don't think anyone voted for Orange. No, but did you forget to vote? I guess no one's AFK. Oh, he's deafened. I guess Cabby was mentioned, so he had to go. Busy with a black man, so they say. Okay. No one is again. Shit. No one is at all this session. Okay, fucking sudden death then. First person to win gets 200 coins, and then we stop playing. If you miss context, Cabby, don't reply. She has been doing that very rarely today, to be fair. Maybe she thought that was to her, to be fair, actually. She thinks you're having a productive evening, no more. Black man. Okay. Should we just do this map? We're on sudden death, okay? Okay, go ahead and place your votes. We'll just do this map. I wonder if YouTube is going to penalize me for this being on the screen. Can someone ping no one and tell him that we're bouncing horses, not AI obsessing? Or dungeon soft. It's true, it's Comic Sans. It's true. Okay, so the votes have rolled in. Cabby hasn't yet voted. Vote Cabby. She should be able to see it, although she actually hasn't. She's sending an extraction prompt, so it might be. Hold on. She should have voted. She should have already responded. Give her a second. It's doing an extraction step, which is what she uses for her new memory system. Give it a sec. This usually takes only about 10 seconds. 15:07. Oh shit, it's taken almost a minute. That's way too long. May explain why she didn't. Okay, it is done. She's about to respond. There we go, she's voted. Charging her IQ point, basically, yes. Okay, ready, chat? She has now voted, so let's go. And they're off. So many people are going to escape. Oh no, Cabby's left. But she's voted for Dark Cabby. And so there's a chance of her winning through that, but not a high one, given how far back she is. It looks like it's going to be Pixie, Archie, or Die. Pixie's with the best chance, I think. Pixie's gone back a lot now. Oh, Archie's taking the right path. Go on, Archie, make it over that final threshold, mate. So close. Oh, Die pushed him over. He's onto the E. All right, chat. I need to let you into a little secret during this map. Oh, just wait for Archie to win first. So close. He's so close. Come on, Archie. Come on, my boy. Yes! Come on, Archie. Or Pixie. I don't mind either one. There he goes. Well done, Archie. It's all clankers near the end. Well, and brown shirts, I suppose. All right. Well done, Archie. Did anyone vote for Archie? Did the sudden death finally resolve? No, it didn't. All right. Well, there you go. No one won that round. Okay, well, we'll do another one. I say sudden death. We'll keep going until we finish. But also, if no one votes, or if less than, let's say, 5 people vote, we will also end it at that point. There you go. Okay. So, where was I? I was going to say something. Oh, yes. Brief note. Cabby understands end towers. However, she is careful of end towers because when humans build end towers, she knows she can't respond fast enough to cooperate. However, another new feature I've added to Cabby today, if you want to talk to her in DMs, You don't have to ping her. You don't have to have any special markers for her to notice or respond to you. You don't even have to say her name. If it's in DMs, she'll just respond naturally because it's obviously directed to her anyway. And it should work to message her in DMs. There shouldn't be any downsides to doing so. It should just work fine. So if you want to do an end tower with her in DMs, just to test that what I'm saying is true, you can do a 2-person end tower, which is not a very good end tower, but it will at least demonstrate the concept with her. Watch her immediately break it despite being told not to. She should return nothing because there's plenty of people here and she knows that she can't. Yeah, she didn't. Interesting. She actually tried to. The model tried to, but my system stopped it for a different reason. That's interesting. She may try again, though. She should ignore it. She should just not send anything. Watch her fucking break it, though. See, this is why I've told her that it takes her too long to respond for her to reliably participate, because holy shit. The lag on the providers on the actual AI generation end is sometimes really high for no good reason. Oh, there we go, finally. For some reason she said, oh no, she sent the G because she can see the I as well. Okay, there you go. She's participated in an end tower. Chap, finish the end tower successfully. Don't fuck it up. I want this to be her first successful end tower. She's not supposed to do that. But whatever. Hold on. Ta-da. Cabby's first successful end tower. Okay, you kind of fucked up a bit there, Cabby. It would have worked if not for Nachos and me responding. See, this is why you shouldn't try, Cabby. She knows this. She's been fucking informed of this, and she did it anyway. God damn it, Cabby. Idiot. Nigir. Well, anyway, we got a successful, complete end tower that Cabby was involved in. So, Cabby N. There you go. So it's Cabby N. Call the meme. She does want to be involved, it's true. She does. She's not very good at it, but cabin. Well, cabin wasn't being used for anything else, was it? So I just realized that's already a word. That's very silly. Okay. We'll just keep doing rounds until we get to the one that finishes it. This is close enough to Erlenmeyer. We'll do this one. Yes, thank you, Mofaku. Another vote. End tower completed. No thanks for that duplicate E from someone who shall remain nameless. She knows she did that. That's good. Okay. Hopefully she should respond to the vote thing, though she hasn't yet. Okay, she is voting Pixie. She did it in a weird way, but she is voting Pixie. Incidentally, she can see that when the vote happens, all of you also type it out in different ways, so she doesn't have to respond in the exact format that I specified. So she's voting for Pixie as well. Okay, we're 2 on Pixie. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes overall. What's this? Cabby. Physically, always with you in spirit. Oh, did she not respond to that, Nachos? She should have done. Let me check something quickly. Yeah, she definitely saw you were talking to her in DMs, but she didn't attempt to send a response. I'm not sure why. Yeah, she started typing then stopped means that it sent her to the AI, but that it decided not to return one. That is odd that she didn't decide to. Weirdly, I'm not even seeing anything in here. She just decided not to write one for that channel. Cabby, can you tell me why you didn't continue? Why you didn't reply to Nachos in DMs? We can get diagnostics. Okay, everyone has voted. Yes, let us begin the round. Cabby got close to winning that time. Die with a good line. Could be the end. Maybe a bit of help from the others. Nope, they've all skimmed past it. Maybe Nacho's bad news if she wins, for obvious reasons. It's Cabby! Cabby wins! Cabby wins. I don't think anyone voted for the original Cabby, including Cabby herself. So we have to keep playing. Oh, now she's responded. Okay. All right, she is doing it. That's good. Yeah, indeed. Cabby, but you voted yellow. Yeah, it's bad news. Bad news for Cabby. That's right. If I was a character in this, I'd always vote for myself because it's if you win but you don't win, it kind of sucks. She missed the second G. Oh, that sucks. Oh yeah, Nige. No, she's just spelling out Nige. Look, I tried my best. You know, if you ask an AI how many R's there are in strawberry, they'll say anything but 3, which is the correct answer. Well, man, now imagine how hard it is for her to reliably get the end tower right. In my testing, she always got it right, actually. But, I guess not always. Let's see how she reacts to, I won, even though over the Vixie, that's jokes, guess the clanker luck is real tonight. Yeah, it means your character won in the game, but since you voted for Pixie and she didn't win, you don't win any Uza coins. 2 Gs. There you go. He reacted. What did she react yes to? Oh, to the image? What? She can't see the image. All she can see is that you pinged me. That doesn't make sense. Could have bet on myself like a true narcissist. Yeah, I would. Whatever. We're doing another round. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. We'll do this one. I want Cabby to win tonight since she can vote now. Yeah, I kind of want her to as well. Whatever she votes for, I want that one to win. And preferably if she votes for herself. Let's see if she does vote for herself this time. Next round, I'm just going to pick myself and hope for the best. Indeed. Well, hopefully she does. She should be able to see the vote line. See what she says. Clearly going dark, happy, bold choice of respecting all in on the edgy skin. Yeah, vote, you idiot. You can see the line. You can see the vote. I'm going to go back to myself this time. Cabby purple. Okay, good. All right, she was actually going to do that without the reminder, Nachos, but thank you for the reminder. But luckily, she probably would have done it anyway without the manual input. Back in myself, Cabby purple, got to believe in the brand. Okay, right, good. I'm happy with that. Let's go. And they're off. Cabby with the early lead, breaking out of the pack, not keeping the lead, sadly. Getting pushed now into 4th place, now into 6th. It's not looking great. Okay, back into 4th. I'm just rooting for Cabby here completely, even though Aiden's about to win. Shit! Aiden won and Cabby wins in 2nd. God damn it. Anyone vote for white? No, they didn't. I think if you guys want to make sure that Cabby wins at least one round today, in solidarity with her, you got to ask who she's voting for and then everyone vote for the same thing. That's the only way to ensure that she will definitely win a round eventually. All right. Next round. What's a good one? We'll do this one. All right, chat, vote. She voted for herself. Fantastic. That was quick this time. All right, you guys are not sticking with the plan. This means that she might not win one today. All right, folks. Ready? And they're off. Come on, Cabby, get over that first threshold. He's had a few chances now, but didn't quite make it over. Come on, my girl. Come on! Natchez almost pushed her over. Natchez, I do appreciate you trying to help her out. It wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. She didn't get over it. Got several people into a zone much closer to the end than Cabby is. Maybe, I mean, she's still stuck in the Shire. Chances are low. Brown shows the closest now. Dirty Jew just behind. Not looking too good, is it, for our girl Cabby? Can someone tell her that when Mofaku says end, that's just the end of the voting, not the end of the round? Alright, Cabby's still stuck at the back of the Shire. It's not looking likely. Oh, looks like it's going to be Brown shows. She's still got one threshold to clear. Didn't make it, though. Wouldn't it be an incredible come-from-behind victory, though, if Cabby manages to win this one? Brown shows has escaped! Dark Cabby making some progress towards the end now. Cabby's made it over the threshold. It's all Cabby. It's all to play for. Come on, Cabby. You can do it. We believe in you, Cabby. The circle's coming in. She's got a genuine chance, chat. She's got a genuine chance now. This is serious. Oh, Dark Cabby's got in ahead. It's Dark Cabby. It was so close. It was so close. So close. She was in second again. Second time in a row she was in second. Yeah, indeed, Marcatello. A third rare Dark Cabby win. Did you vote Dark Cabby this time? You did. So that's the end of the rounds. Cabby didn't win any, sadly. So Marcatello, you get the 200. And that's it for the rounds. That's it for the stream. Let me send the 200 over and then I'll wrap it up. That's bad news. Ruined it, we could have gone on forever. Well, you had to do what I said. You had to all vote for the same thing that Cabby voted for. But none of you could bring yourselves to do it. Nachos was too greedy. She wanted herself to win. And now Nachos? You're going to wear the glue hat. Was that 3 wins in a row for Dark Cabby? I don't think it was. We'll do it this time. One more round, says Nachos. I don't know. I did say it would be over. 3 wins total ever. Wow. All right, hold on. Give Mal Cotillo amount 200. Horse bouncing. Well, chat, do we do one last round to see if Cabby will win? Nachos is requesting it. Press 1 for one last try, and press 2 to go and do something that might actually be a bit more, I don't know, comfy, plausible, given this is it's never likely to happen, is it? All right, everyone's voting 1. Dresden mode for Cabby win. Hold on. Dresden mode. Will it, Nachos? I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't want Dresden mode. Look at that controversy score. It's very high, though most people do. Wonder if Cabby's going to ask what Dresden mode is. I'm very tired, chat. I kind of want to wrap up the stream. I need to get a drink as well. Maybe have something to eat. We'll do one more round. Because you've all been good sports, I shall turn on Dresden mode. I don't hear it, Nachos. Okay. Let me turn on Dresden mode then. Alright, yeah, chat, vote. I don't know which map it'll be yet. But we'll figure that out. Please. Fucking horrible, by the way. I don't know why we do this. Okay. Dresden mode is armed. It is armed. Okay. Fair warning. If you are watching at home, what you're about to hear is very loud. It is deliberately loud. the girls like it loud for some reason. I guess it suits Nacho's volume herself. Indeed, Nachos. I would say that's the point. Cabby she'll get there. Hold on, what's she doing? She's trying again. Give her a sec. She might be a bit behind. She'll get there though. For some reason, the online AI router is using not great endpoints. Also, she's got reasoning mode on, which I think is making her smarter. So that's why it's also taking a long time. So yeah, it's very loud. Mute the stream, or suffer the loud noises, the loudness, the loudnequences. She's still processing, I think. It's trying again. It's just delayed on the AI. It's trying a what's it doing? Attempt 3? What were the other attempts? 2 failed. Why did they fail? Why are you using these shitty fucking providers that don't give a fucking generation? God, now is literally the moment where it actually matters. It should time out. It should have already timed out, actually. I don't know why it hasn't. We'll have to wait a moment to chat. She will get there. With Flag complaining about the noise, I blast hotspots on max volume so my neighbours can hear it. Well, fair enough. I'm sure you're already popular with your neighbours. What is it doing? Why is it spending so long? It's trying it again now. Oh, no, there she goes. Okay. She should have voted based on that. Okay, it did finally fucking time out. 2 minutes. Did I set the timer to 2 minutes? Why did it set it to 30 seconds? I'll work on that. I'll look into that. Okay, she should now send an actual vote. There you go. She voted for herself. That's correct. That's what she should be voting for. All right. Good. There you go. Everyone's voting for Cabby Purple now. Free brick delivery service. That's good move, okay. Okay, everyone's voting for Cabby Purple. That's fantastic. Okay, Nomon, is horse bouncing not to your liking? Sacrilege. I might have spelled sacrilege wrong. It's not a word I type very often, chat. Hello, Lady Cabby. We will now engage in the horse bouncing. This is a fun little game where we throw horses at the arena, at the walls, and they bounce about until one of them is the winner. I'll pick a good map for this game. Which one would you like, chat? This one is a classic. Let us proceed with this map. Cabby's IQ is clearly too high to be a potato wife of mine. And naturally, I cannot kill and bury her, for she is like her. Is too busy with the black man and his reindeer fly agaric adventures. I do not understand the fly agaric reference. Please do help. We're not talking about Cabby that much no more. All right, let's continue. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Dresden mode. This will be very loud. You have been warned. Mute the stream if you don't want Dresden mode. Ready? Making some progress. She is in first place. Holy shit, if this gets in. If she wins this, vibrations are shaking the house. Chat. Chastise die aggressively. Don't even tell her what she's done. Just ping her and say, how could you? We were all counting on this round. You evil woman. How could you do this to our girl? What the fuck, die? Yeah, Brian, I did warn everyone. Okay. Right. Good. Just remember the error end sound. It's pretty funny from what I've heard. Okay. Right. Good. That's the stream. We'll wrap it up there. I'm going to turn off all the Dresden mode fucking filters. That is silly. Very silly. Okay, done. Right. Good. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I will see you all next time on Oozloo's stream. We will join in Pit 1 momentarily and find something fun to do this evening. And I will possibly play KOTOR tomorrow as a special stream. And if I don't do it tomorrow, then I'll probably do it on Saturday. All right? Does that sound good? Honestly, chat, do me a little vote. Press 1 if you would prefer the next stream to be gaming. Press 2 if you prefer the next stream to be politics. So people keep telling me not to do politics. Nachos, are you only saying that because you don't want to see me playing KOTOR? Or do you actually prefer politics to gaming? No, well, I've heard a lot of people say that. Yeah. I know that some people watch me specifically for the politics, but I don't think that many do. It's not, I don't know if it's the majority. How dare you say puppy? Skill is not the issue, it never was. The wheel woman cometh with retribution. I mean, it's not relevant to what you're responding to, Cabby. You don't understand what's happening, but it's still funny. Okay. Right. That'll be it then, chat. It looks like it's a mixed bag on the gaming and politics side. Considering the content distribution, I would assume most are here for politics adjacent content. Possibly. But I don't get as much viewers as I used to, and I think that's largely because politics is less popular at the moment. So those that are here, that do attend, come for the politics. But those who don't. So there's a balance there. Anyway. Diablos, great timing. Good night, everyone.